Good morning, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, good morning. Are you still living on Beach Daily?
Yes, I am.
And your phone number and email are everything's the same?
Should be, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And one last question. Do you wish to speak with an in-house attorney this morning?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna put you in the breakout room to speak with the prosecutor, okay?
Thank you.
They're not here yet, but they will be.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning, Marianne. How are you today?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm tired.
Oh man, why? What happened?
I don't know, just a little tired.
It's one of those mornings.
Just one of those mornings. No matter how much coffee I drink, it's still not enough.
Hey, so is school out?
My wife gets she's a teacher, so she's done tomorrow. So my summer break officially starts tomorrow.
All right. So you don't have to get up at 5:55 every morning.
That's correct. I'll be able to get up at 6:55.
All right. You'll take every minute you can get, right?
An extra hour of sleep. I don't have to pick up any kids or drop off any kids or any of that stuff.
You have a reprieve for a month or a couple months.
For about 2 months, that's it.
Are you going anywhere this summer?
Oh, I think I'm going to a few places. Where am I going? Mackinac Island, Traverse City, and Escoda.
Oh, nice.
Yep, should be.
That'll be fun. Something to look forward to.
Yep, I definitely am. As long as I don't have to do any work while I'm there. That's always the catch.
Yeah, you have to unplug. Yep.
I'm gonna try to. What do we have today? Is it Romulus?
Yes, that's it. Just Romulus.
Oh, good. Should be pretty easy then. I don't
Yeah.
see.
Don't say it. No, take it back. I know. See, my boss heard you. Thanks, Dan, she said.
I cursed us? Is that what it is?
Yes, you did.
No, everything always goes smoothly in Judge Martin's courtroom. Anybody here waiting yet? Oh, already. Oh, somebody waved.
Not but for the prosecutor, yeah. They waived.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go in my room and I'll
Okay.
see you when I get something ready.
All right, see ya.
airport, not from the port. Good morning, Marianne.
Morning, Dave. How's it going?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Good.
We have somebody here already.
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, I'll be back.
Okay.
Hey, Marianne, I have Ms. Brown ready. Do I have a few minutes to walk away or?
Yes, you do. Yep.
Okay, very good.
Thanks.
I'm going to step away for a few minutes. I'll be back.
This is 24RP02063B. This is City of Romulus versus Amanda Brown. Ma'am, would you state your name for the record, please?
Amanda Brown.
Ms. Brown, the way court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Greco, the prosecutor for the city.
I did.
Mr. Greco, how are we proceeding?
We're gonna amend the expired license charge to a double parking $180 fine. Ms. Brown did obtain a temporary permit to get her driver's license, and we don't want to stand in the way. We're ready. And so is she.
Ms. Brown, you heard Mr. Greco indicate that you wish to plead responsible to the added count of double parking, pay a fine of $180, and the misdemeanor of expired license will be dismissed.
That's correct.
And that's how you wish to proceed.
Yes.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking and will dismiss the original charge, misdemeanor charge of driving while license expired. The court will impose the fine of $180. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
I will. My plan is to come to the court today and make a payment arrangement.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, in addition to this case, you have 2 other matters where you owe the court $570. There's a driving left the center and a no proof of insurance. When you speak to the collections department, they'll be able to do a single payment plan for all 3 of these matters, okay?
Thank you.
Anything else this morning, ma'am?
The only question that I have actually pertains to the other 2, so I'm not sure if you'd be able to answer that for me.
I'll try if I can.
So I received a paper that I actually didn't open until today. So it was that I was supposed to appear in person for the no proof of insurance. Since the incident, we have a 6-month policy on our car. I don't know if there's anything that can be done about that, or if I'm in trouble for that, or I have a warrant or anything.
How long ago were you supposed to appear for that?
It was on the 31st. That also happened to be the day that my husband had surgery.
Ms. Brown, sit tight for just 1 second. There's someone else from 8 o'clock, and as soon as we're done with Ms. Irwin, I'll pull up the files and we'll figure out what's the status of those other 2 matters.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. This is 23RP06169OM, City of Romulus versus Holly Irwin. Your appearances, please.
Good morning.
Your Honor,
David
David Greco.
on behalf of Ms. Irwin. Oh, I'm sorry, Dave.
It's all right. David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulan.
Ma'am, would you state your name for me, please?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Holly Irwin.
Thank you, Ms. Irwin. Today is the day and time scheduled for the show cause arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Vitar, how are we proceeding in these matters?
Your Honor, Ms. Irwin is going to plead to disorderly person. It will be 771.1 for 3 months.
Thank you. Ms. Irwin, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Vitar. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, it's your understanding and agreement that you'll be entering a plea of guilty to the added count of disorderly person, and the original charge of disorderly intoxication will be dismissed.
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
I am.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
You haven't been, okay. You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Correct.
Ma'am, is it true that on November 25th, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you acted in a way that was disorderly to public quiet and safety.
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Greco?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Bitar?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of disorderly conduct. And disorderly person will dismiss the original charge of disorderly intoxication. As indicated by Mr. Bitar, the court will enter this plea pursuant to 771.1, which is a delayed sentence for a period of 3 months. Ma'am, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan and pay costs of $200, the matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal at the end of that 3-month period. Do you need more than 5 days to pay $200?
Yes, ma'am. I'm currently in treatment right now. I graduate the program next month and I'm going to do sober living. I have to find work and stuff like that. So as soon as I find work, I'll be able to pay the $200 out of my first check.
Thank you. Then Ms. Irwin, what I'll ask you to do is contact the court's collection department. You can do that in person, you can do that online, or you can call and speak to the collections department, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I heard that you're not currently employed and there might be alternatives to payment, but that's something you can talk to the collections department or the court's probation department about, okay?
Okay, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, ma'am, that'll be all. Thank you so much.
Have a good day, no worries. Ms. Brown,
Okay, you have a great day also. Thank you.
thank you.
Yes,
Mary
ma'am.
Ann, it's not that they're in warrant status, they're in default status. So Ms. Brown, if the cases are already in default, we're past the period of time where you could come in and present that proof of insurance. I'm looking to see. Oh, no, you were doing court on May the 2nd.
Oh, this other one says May the 31st. I'm okay with having to pay the fines. I just wanted to make sure that I don't have a warrant.
I understand. What happened was all 3 of these were scheduled for the same day originally, which was May the 2nd with me. And when you didn't appear, the 2 civil infractions, the left of center and the no proof of insurance went into default. Then you were
Gotcha.
scheduled for a show cause hearing for May 31st. And when you didn't appear for that that was on the misdemeanor file, which is now the double parking. So please come in, talk to the collections department. They'll set a payment plan that will include all 3 citations.
Okay, that works. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome, ma'am. Have a good day.
You as well.
Thank you. This is 1251530D, City of Romulus versus Robert Sadler. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Attorney George Long, P 79687 on the appearing in court on the part of Robert Sandler. Your Honor.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Robert Sadler, last name Sadler.
Thank you, Mr. Sadler. Today is the day and time set for hearing on the defendant's defendant's application to set aside conviction. Mr. Long, please proceed.
Good morning, Your Honor. We appeared before this honorable court requesting by motion that you set aside Mr. Sadler's conviction. He was convicted over 11 years ago for operating while visibly impaired by Judge Oakley. Since his sentence and conviction, he's completed all obligations with probation. He is not drinking currently. And this conviction has been a hindrance to his future life as far as job applications and so on and so forth. He was just denied a job with Delta 2 months ago because of a conviction that was over 11 years ago. My client understands the importance and significance of operating a vehicle while not being intoxicated, and request that this honorable court set aside his conviction.
Thank you. Mr. Sadler, is there anything you wanted to say to the court regarding what you've done over the last 12 years?
Like my lawyer has stated, I do know the rules and regulations of driving while intoxicated, and from this day forward, I have not gone out drinking and driving. If I do, I am not behind the wheel. I mean, I'll drink at home or, like I said, somebody else. So I learned the rules and regulations more since then. So I just still obey everything that I've learned.
Thank you. Mr. Greco, do the people take any position regarding this application to set aside conviction?
No, Your Honor. I did attempt to contact Mr. Long yesterday. I didn't hear back. As long as there aren't any other convictions for drinking and driving since the 2012, and the court has in its file the letter from the Attorney General that does not object, I do not have an objection.
Yes, and I apologize, Mr. Greco. We were out of power yesterday in the Belleville area.
Quite all right.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Greco and Mr. Long. The court did review the file in this matter, the application to set aside the conviction. The court also has the letter from the Attorney General's office dated April the 10th, 2024. The court has reviewed the criminal history of Mr. Sadler that shows this as the only item on that criminal history. The court will grant the defense application to set aside the conviction. Mr. Long, if you would have your office submit an order to that effect, the court will sign it and get copies back to you as soon as possible. Anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Long?
No, thank you so much, Judge Martin.
Thank you. Good to see you, Mr. Long. Good luck to you, Mr. Sadler. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you, everybody, for your time for this.
You're welcome, sir. Mr. Smith, take your cap off for me, please, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. This is 2404010, City of Romulus versus Henry Smith. May I have your appearances, please?
David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Jadala, appearing on behalf of Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, please say your name for the record.
Henry Anthony Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial on this matter. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, for purposes of arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stay mute. At this time, Your Honor, with no objection from the city attorney, we're asking that this matter be set for a final pretrial where all witnesses have to appear. They'll also be sending me some discovery.
Just one amendment to the request. I
Excuse
just
me.
need a victim to appear, right? Not all witnesses or,
That's the victim, correct?
yeah. Or a representative of
Thank you.
Universal, yeah.
June 20th at 8:40, Judge.
June 20th at 8:40
That's fine.
with the victim to appear on Zoom back here in number 1. Mr. Smith, the court is setting your bond at 1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until the case is resolved in its entirety. Condition of your bond is that you have no contact with the complainant in the interim. That being Caleb Boudart, B-O-D-A-R-T. Do you have any reason to have contact or communication with that person, sir?
No, Your Honor. I don't work for Universal anymore.
Thank you. But sir, just so the record's clear, no contact means no contact, no direct contact, no contact through social media, no contact with third persons. Should this court receive reports that you made effort to be in contact or communication with this person, your bond could be revoked and you could be spending the rest of these proceedings in custody. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I'll see you back here on June 20th, 8:40 a.m. back on Zoom. Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, you're free to go. You have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
Dave, can I see you in your room, please, when you get a chance?
Yeah, we can go right now.
Mr. Smith, you're free to go. Do we need to put you out?
Oh, I don't know what, am I just to sign off?
Yep, you're free to go. Have a good day. Thank you. So, you know, all week long has been beyond frigid here.
All week long, what?
It's been beyond frigid.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And this morning, it is not. I'm not complaining. It's just interesting to me. Hmm. Good morning, Mr. Davis.
Good morning, Judge.
Your client is here. Do you need to speak to him or do you need to speak to the prosecutor?
Prosecutor.
We'll get you moved in with Mr. Greco. Give Mary Ann just a moment. This is 24RP02244OM. City of Romulus versus Jacob Rushlow. May I have your appearances, please?
Respect for your honor, Sandra Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Rushlow. Mr. Rushlow, please say your name for the record.
Jacob Rushlow.
Thank you, sir. Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, for purposes of today's arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute. At this time, Your Honor, Mr. Rushlow would be availing himself to the plea, whereby he'll be pleading guilty to 1 count of loitering under MCL 771.1 for 6 months, Your Honor. He understands the right he is waiving by doing so.
Thank you. Mr. Rushlow, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you. Let me put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your desire this morning to plead guilty as charged to loitering?
Yes.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yep.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
I am pleading guilty because I was loitering.
Because what?
Because I was loitering.
Thank you. Mr. Rushlow, is it true that on April 28, 2024, in the city of Romulus, you were loitering? More specifically, you were standing around idly without apparent purpose?
Yes.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to loitering. As indicated by Mr. Jadala, your plea will be taken pursuant to 771.1, which means it will be delayed. That delay period will be for 6 months. Sir, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan and pay a cost of $200, the case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal in 6 months. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount, sir?
No.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Rushlow, you're free to go. 5 days to pay $200. Have a good day. Good luck to you.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Mr. Jadala.
Yes, Judge. Yes, Judge.
Hold on 1 second, please. I'm sorry. Thank you. You're fine, Mr. Jadala. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
This is 24RP022420M, City of Romulus versus Thomas Brunas. May I have your appearances, please?
Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Brunis, Your Honor. Can you state your name for the record, sir?
Tom Brunis.
Thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding, Mr. Batar?
Your Honor, as to the arraignment, we'll waive a formal reading and stand mute. Mr. Greco is going to get me a copy of the report. He needs to do some redactions, and we're asking for a pretrial at a later date.
Thank you. Sir, in the interim, the court is setting your bond at 1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear in person, well, excuse me, continue to appear as directed by this court until this matter is resolved in its entirety. Your adjourned pretrial date will be
June 20th at 9:20.
June 20th at 9:20. Sir, you will be back on this same Zoom with me, courtroom number 1. Notice of the new date and time will be mailed to you at the address you verified with court staff this morning. Is there anything else in this matter, Mr. Bitar?
Your Honor, I'd just like to bring something to the court's attention. I know there's one other co-defendant that Sammer might be talking to right now. It's my understanding after talking to the prosecutor that there may be 6 or 7 of these defendants that are up for the same charge today that were all at the same location. If that's the case and they all appear, we can't represent co-defendants. So that may become an issue.
Mr. Jadala has already appeared on the file with the person he was speaking to, and that case has been resolved. I understand your concerns.
Okay.
Regarding the rest of the cases. I've made notes that they're all the same location. I just couldn't tell what the situation was.
Right.
So that means that if any of the other 4 people appear, 5 people appear,
We'll figure it out.
I don't know how else to do it. I mean, it's one of those.
No, I just
weird-
wanted to bring it to your attention, Judge, for logistics reasons. So.
When I reviewed the file, I noted the address and I wrote next to all of them where the location is. I figured there was a common set of facts, and we'll figure it out if they want MIDC representation. I don't know what we'll do, but we'll figure something out.
Great, sounds good. I'm sorry, Judge, what time was that on the 20th?
9:20.
9:20. All right, Mr. Brunis, I'll give you a call after I get the report from the prosecutor, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good day, sir.
You as well.
Thank you. Yeah, Marianne, this is gonna be the day of dropping water.
Do you know what? The heat's on in my office. It's warm. I can smell the heat. Yep, and I wore a longer sleeve shirt today, of course.
I saw you. You've taken heed to my conversation.
Yes, I have.
And the front hallway is busy. The mezzanine is alive with the sound of music. There's Mr. Minna, Miss Manarino, Miss Medina.
Nice.
I know. The who's who and the who's that. So Mr. Minna is back with tales of delicious chocolate, but he brings us nothing.
He's teasing us. Where did he go with for chocolate?
Where was he gone 2.5 weeks?
Yeah.
Switzerland? Not the courtroom one would accept anything from anyone, but it was just funny that he was telling me about it. Mr. Liu, your attorney is here. He's meeting with the prosecutor. I'll be with you in just a moment.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I didn't know there was a F1 tornado in Livonia yesterday until this morning.
Yeah, so something crazy was happening.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Finding yourself.
I am wonderful. What's your name, sir?
Dwayne Blackburn.
We're going to get you relabeled and moved into a breakout room to verify your information, get you connected. Were you looking for the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning?
No.
Okay.
Oops. Judge, two of the people I just tried to talk to were co-defendants on that case.
Okay. I don't. Could other counsels assigned through your regional office represent them? Or is your office conflicted out in its entirety?
No, I think the other people in the office can. It's only that I think court rules specify we can't represent co-defendants when appointed. An individual, that is, an individual attorney. So I don't think that's going to be a concern.
And Mr. Jadala's case is resolved. So I don't know if he.
Yeah, if his is
could
resolved,
pick up anew.
I think he can continue to represent someone else. But if it doesn't resolve his next case, then I guess that's where he runs into the issue.
So let's do this. If you've already had the conversation with him regarding these 5 or 6 people.
With Mr. Jadala?
Yes, sir.
No, I haven't.
Oh, he's here right now. Mr. Jadala, on these Kroger loitering, it's near Kroger distribution, these loitering cases.
Yes.
Mr. Bitar has raised the issue that there's a possible conflict with your office representing co-defendants.
Essentially, there can be, Your Honor, especially if they decide to proceed to trial. I know that will be definitely if they decide to proceed beyond today, Your Honor.
Well, I thought that the first case that you did is resolved.
Correct.
And I'm wondering if you can take on another case, and if your other case doesn't resolve, I don't know if we contact the regional office to have additional counsel.
That potentially.
I don't know if anyone's available.
Yeah.
I think, Judge, if there are any issues, we would just have to, they would have to appear, plead not guilty today, and then the regional office would need to be appointed after today.
So if you have your conversations with anyone else requesting to speak to you from that same incident, and we'll do it that way. And between now and June the 20th, I think is the return date for one of them. So let's have them, if we can, travel together to keep them hopefully neatly aligned, I guess is inartful way to say it, but.
Yes, Judge, I think that's a good idea.
If you think of something better, let me know. I just don't know how to do it with so many cases from the same incident with the regional MIDC.
Okay. Sammer, just so you know, there's a Weathers and there's a Kellerman in the waiting room, and those two individuals are co-defendants, and I've already tried to talk to them, but there's an issue with my representation because I have one of the other ones.
Understood.
Thank you. This is 24RP02240OM. City of Romulus versus Danny Crowder III. May I have your appearance, please?
Your Honor, respectfully, Sammer Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Crowder. Mr. Crowder, would you please say your name for the record?
Danny Lee Crowder III.
Thank you, sir. Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, for purposes of today's arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute. At this time, Your Honor, after speaking with Mr. Crowder, he wishes to avail himself to the plea. He understands the right he is waiving by pleading guilty today under 771.1 for 6 months to loitering, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Crowder, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, you wish to plead guilty as charged to loitering.
Yes.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Crowder, is it true that on April the 28th, 2024, in the city of Romulus, you were loitering? More specifically, you were standing around idly without apparent purpose?
Yes.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to loitering. As indicated by Mr. Jadala, your sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 6 months pursuant to MCL 771.1, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan during that 6 months and pay costs of $200. The case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the $200?
I do.
Then, Mr. Crowder, well, what I will ask you to do is contact the court's collection department. You can do that in one of 3 ways. You may come in person and speak to someone. You may call on the phone and speak to someone, or you may go on the court's website, which is mi34thdistrictcourt.com. There's a contact us button. If you click on that, it'll drop down a method for you to submit a request for a payment plan, but please do something sooner rather than later, okay?
All right.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Crowder, you're free to go. You have a great day. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. You have a wonderful day as well.
Thank you, sir. This is 24RP022130M, City of Romulus versus Victor Liu.
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus. And I know Mr. Davis is there. It's his lawyer. It's Mr. Liu's lawyer.
Mr. Liu, your name for the record, sir.
Victor Liu.
Thank you. As soon as your attorney turns on his video and identifies himself, you're fine. I saw you, Mr. Davis. It's fine.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. I'm Rich Davis, appearing with Victor Liu, who's present appearing via Zoom.
Thank you, sir. Today's the date and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Davis, how are we proceeding?
Judge, as far as arraignment purposes, we'll wait for reading and please stand mute. And pretrial purposes, we reached an agreement in this matter. Mr. Greco, will you state the terms?
Yes. Mr. Liu is going to plead guilty to disorderly conduct, the amended charge of disorderly conduct pursuant to 771.1 for a period of 12 months.
That's correct, Judge.
Any other conditions requested by the prosecution?
No, Your Honor. Mr. Liu has no prior criminal history, by the way.
Thank you. Mr. Liu, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Davis, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, is your desire this morning to plead guilty to the added count of disorderly person?
Yes.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on April the 26th, 2024, in the city of Romulus, you acted in a way that was disorderly to public quiet and safety?
Yes.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to being a disorderly person and will dismiss the original charge of patronizing a prostitute. As indicated by Mr. Greco, your plea in this matter will be delayed for a period, your sentence will be delayed for a period of 12 months. So long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan and pay the court cost of $400, the case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay $400?
No.
5 days to pay.
Okay.
No new criminal offenses in 12 months. The case will be dismissed. Is there anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bitar? I'm sorry, Mr. Davis.
No, no, Judge, you're all set. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Liu, you're free to go. Good luck to you, sir. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is 240350D, City of Romulus versus Anthony Warlicks. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes, Your Honor. David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Warlicks, Your Honor.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Anthony Warlicks.
Thank you, Mr. Warlicks. Today is the day and time scheduled for pretrial. Mr. Bitar, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Mr. Warlicks is going to plead guilty to the reduced charge of operating while visibly impaired.
Thank you. Mr. Warlicks, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Bitar, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your understanding and agreement this morning that you'll be entering a plea of guilty to the reduced count of operating while visibly impaired.
Yes.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Warlicks, is it true that on January 27, 2024, in the city of Romulus, you operated a motor vehicle while you were visibly impaired by some intoxicant?
Yes.
Mr. Warlicks, you admit and acknowledge that there is a police report that indicates that your blood alcohol content on that day was 0.27.
Yes.
And sir, you believe that that consumption impacted your ability to operate a vehicle safely?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Greco?
Yes, I am.
Satisfied, Mr. Bitar?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Warlicks, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the reduced count of operating while visibly impaired. As is this court's policy with drinking and driving offenses, this case will be referred to the probation department for an interview and development of a sentence recommendation. The probation department will be in contact with you at the email and the phone number that you verify with court staff. Please respond to their efforts to be in contact and communication with them. Once they develop that recommendation, they will schedule you to return to this courtroom for sentence to be imposed. Is there anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bitar?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Warlicks, you're free to go. You have a great day. I'll see you at sentencing.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. This is 24RP022390M, City of Romulus versus Weathers. Your names for the record, please.
Your Honor, David Greco here on the behalf of the City of Romulus.
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Richardala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Weathers. Mr. Weathers, please say your name.
Keegan Weathers.
Thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, for purposes of arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute. Your Honor, I have to speak to Mr. Weathers. He wishes to avail himself to the plea, whereby he'll be pleading guilty to 1 count of loitering under 771.1 for 6 months. He does understand the right to use waiving by doing so, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Weathers, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, sir, you wish to plead guilty as charged to being a disorderly person. I'm sorry,
Yes, Your
excuse
Honor.
me. No, sir. You wish to plead guilty as charged to loitering.
Yes, sir. Or yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
I'm sorry.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Weathers, is it true that on April the 28th, 2024, in the city of Romulus, you were loitering, more specifically, that you were standing around idly without apparent purpose?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to loitering. As indicated by Mr. Jadala, your sentence will be delayed for a period of 6 months. Sir, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan during that 6-month period of time and pay the court $200 in costs, case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay $200?
Yes.
Then, sir, what I need you to do is contact the court's collection department to set a payment plan. You may contact them in person. You may call the court, speak to the collections department, or you can go onto the court's website, which is mi34thdistrictcourt.com. There's a contact us button. If you click on that button, one of the options will be to submit a request for a payment plan. Do that sooner rather than later, okay?
Alrighty, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weathers, you're free to go. Have a good day. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. This is 20RP067720M, City of Romulus versus LaShawn Moody. May I have your names for the record, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
Daniel Bater on behalf of Mr. Moody.
Your name for me, please, sir.
Sean Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. Today is the day and time scheduled for the final pretrial. The case was scheduled at 8:30. It's now 9:11 by this court's clock. Mr. Batar, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding the complaining witness has failed to appear. We're moving to dismiss the matter.
Your Honor, on behalf of the city of Romulus, I have not received any communication from the victim. We did send a letter about a week or so ago to the victim's last known address. We have not heard anything back, and I have not seen the person appear today.
Thank you. Again, this case having been scheduled at 8:30, it now being a 9:11 by this court's clock, defense motion to dismiss is granted.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Moody, the bond that you posted with the court will be refunded less any cost due to the court or application to any of your outstanding balances. Is there anything else, Mr. Batar?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moody, you're free to go. You have a great day. Good luck to you, sir.
You also, thank you.
Thank you. This is 24RP022430M, City of Romulus versus Jacob Kellerman. May I have your appearances for the record?
Respect for Your Honor, Sam Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Kellerman. Mr. Kellerman, could you please unmute yourself and turn on your camera and say your name?
Jacob Kellerman.
Take your hat off for me, sir. Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, for purposes of today's arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute. Your Honor, after speaking with the city attorney as well as my client would like to avail himself to the plea, whereby he'll be pleading guilty to one count of loitering. The understanding will be taken under 771.1 for 6 months, Your Honor. he wishes to proceed that way, Judge. He understands the rights he is waiving by doing so.
Thank you. Mr. Kellerman, raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala, and is your understanding and agreement that you'll be entering a plea of guilty to 1 count of loitering this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Kellerman, is it true that on April the 28th, 2024, in the city of Romulus, you were loitering? More specifically, you were standing idly around without apparent purpose?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the charge of loitering in this matter. As indicated by Mr. Jadala, your plea is taken pursuant to 771.1. Your sentence will be delayed for a period of 6 months. So long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan during that 6-month period of time, and you pay a cost of $200, the case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay $200?
Yes, ma'am.
Then, sir, what I'll ask you to do is contact the court's collection department. You may either call the collection department, you may come in person and speak to someone in that department, or you can go onto the court's website, which is mi34thdistrictcourt.com. There's a contact us button. If you click on that button, you can submit a request for a payment plan through that function. Is there anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kellerman, you're free to go. Have a good day. Good luck to you, sir. Don't forget to contact collections.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Mary Ann, for that Smith file from the 27th, did you have a time in mind for the formal hearings on August the 22nd?
Let's see here. 27th, well, give me 1 second. No, answer to your question, I'll find one for you though. So they wanted to adjourn the formal from the 27th, I can't read, and move it to July.
This is the email you gave me this morning regarding cases that are scheduled for formal hearing on June the 27th.
Yeah, okay.
They're asking to move them to August the 22nd.
Yeah, okay, give me 1 second.
Thank you.
$11 o'clock, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
This is 2301920D, City of Romulus versus Blackburn. May I have your appearances, please?
Respectfully, Samer Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Blackburn. Your Honor, for purposes of today's arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute. Your Honor, at this time, Mr. Blackburn, would you please say your name for the record?
Dwayne Blackburn.
Thank you. Mr. Blackburn, your case had been in warrant status. The court is recalling the warrant, heard Mr. Jadala's comment as to the arraignment. Other than that, how are we proceeding, Mr. Jadala?
Your Honor, at this time, Mr. Blackburn would like to avail himself to the plea whereby he'll be pleading to 1 count of impaired driving and 1 count of failing to report an accident. The driving while license suspended matter is being dismissed.
Thank you. Mr. Blackburn, would you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your understanding and agreement this morning that you'll be entering pleas of guilty to operating while impaired, which is reduction from the operating with blood alcohol content of 0.17 or more, and guilty to failing to report an accident, which is a reduction from failing to stop or identify after an accident.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your pleas this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor. And Mr. Blackburn, are you entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on December 7th, 2022, in the city of Romulus, you operated a motor vehicle while you were impaired by some intoxicant?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it also true that on that date and location that you failed to report an accident?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Jadala, would you like to inquire further of your client?
Nothing further, Judge. I'm satisfied with the plea.
Thank you. Mr. Greco, are the people satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Blackburn, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the reduced counts of operating while impaired and failing to report an accident. The driving while license suspended, count 3, is dismissed. What typically happens in operating while impaired or drinking and driving offenses is the court refers the matter to the probation department. The indication in the file said Mr. Blackburn is scheduled to be released on July the 27th, 2024. Mr. Jadala, did you take some position regarding sentencing in this matter or referral to the probation department?
Your Honor, from what I understand, pursuant to statute, he must be interviewed by probation prior to being sentencing, Your Honor. We just ask that the court notate which institution that he is in so they could accomplish that and hopefully have a sentencing as soon as possible.
Thank you. Mr. Blackburn, the court will refer the matter to the court's probation department as indicated because this is drinking and driving offense. There is already a notation on your file that you're in the Livingston County Jail. Probation department will work with the jail to coordinate your interview. They'll schedule you to return to this courtroom for sentencing. Is there anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
I was trying to touch on the probation, so I will be put on probation.
Probation will meet with you to
I
make a
don't know.
recommendation, Judge, Mr. Blackburn. So it's not necessarily you'll be put on probation. It's just that they have to meet with you in order to interview you to give a recommendation about what your sentence should be.
Anything else, Mr. Blackburn?
Oh, ma'am.
Have a good day, sir.
Too, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. This is 24RP024940T, City of Romulus versus Kyra Baker. Your appearances.
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
Judge, I did not speak with Ms. Baker. I'm not sure who did.
Ms. Baker, did you speak to one of the court-appointed attorneys? Let's try again. This is 24RP025070M, City of Romulus versus Colston Carter. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes, Your Honor. David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Carter, Your Honor. Mr. Carter, can you state your name for the record, please?
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Batar, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Mr. Carter is going to plead guilty to the trespass 771.1 for a 3 months stipulated fine of $200.
Thank you. Mr. Carter, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You have the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala. Mr. Batar, you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your understanding and agreement that you'll be entering a plea of guilty as charged to trespassing.
Yes.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
Sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Carter, is it true that on May the 7th, 2024, in the city of Romulus, you were trespassing, more specifically that you were fishing on private property without permission?
Yes.
Sir, the court will accept your plea of guilty as charged to trespassing. As indicated by Mr. Batar, your plea is being taken pursuant to MCL 771.1. Sentence will be delayed for a period of 3 months so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan and pay costs of $200. The case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the $200, sir?
Yes. Judge, could he have 30 days to pay?
Absolutely. 30 days will be sufficient, Mr. Carter.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Batar?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carter, that concludes this matter. You're free to go, sir. You have a great day.
You too.
Thank you. This is 24RP025060M, City of Romulus versus Corey Whitehead. Mr. Whitehead, state your name for me, please, sir.
Corey Whitehead.
Mr. Whitehead, the way court staff have you labeled, could you move to your right just a little bit? The sun from the window behind you is. Thank you. The way court staff have you labeled indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had the chance to speak to the prosecutor, Mr. Greco?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Greco, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, this is Mr. Carter's partner on this trespass matter, and he is pleading to the same exact plea, which is a pleading guilty to trespass pursuant to 771.1 for a period of 3 months with a stipulated costs amount of $200.
Thank you. Mr. Whitehead, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And you wish to accept the offer from the prosecutor to plead guilty as charged to trespassing?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on May the 7th, 2024, in the city of Romulus, you were trespassing? More specifically, you were fishing on private property without permission?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count in this case of trespass as indicated by Mr. Greco. Your sentence will be delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan for the next 3 months and pay costs of $200, the case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna get draw Social Security.
Then, Mr. Whitehead, what I will ask you to do is contact the court's collection department. You may come in person and speak to someone. You may call and speak to the collections department, or you can go onto the court's website, mi34thdistrictcourt.com. There's a contact us button. If you click on that, it will drop down. You can submit a request for a payment plan that way, but do something sooner rather than later, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else this morning, Mr. Whitehead?
No, ma'am.
You have a good day, sir. You're free to go. Good luck to you.
You too.
Thank you. This is a recall of 24RP02494OT, City of Romulus versus Kyra Baker. Your appearances for the record, please.
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Jadala appearing on behalf of Mrs. Baker. Ms. Baker, would you please say your name for the record?
Kyra Baker.
Thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, for purposes of arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stay in mute. For purposes of pretrial, Mrs. Baker will avail herself to the plea whereby she'll be pleading responsible to 1 count of double parking with a $250 fine.
Thank you. Ms. Baker, you have the chance to speak to Mr. Jadala this morning. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, is your understanding and agreement that you'll be entering a plea of responsible this morning to the added count of double parking and the misdemeanor of giving false information to the police will be dismissed?
Yes.
And you wish to accept that plea?
Yes.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking will dismiss the original misdemeanor. Court will assess the fine of $250. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes.
Then, ma'am, what I'll have you do is contact the court's collection department. You can do that in one of 3 ways. You can come in person and speak to a representative. You may call and speak to the collections department, or you can go onto the court's website. There's a contact us button. If you click on that, it will drop down and you'll be able to submit a request for a payment plan that way. But please do something sooner rather than later, okay?
Okay.
Anything else, Ms. Baker?
No, that'd be all.
Ma'am, you're free to go. You have a great day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. This is 24RP017710N, City of Romulus versus Courtney Johnson. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes, Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Your Honor, Kevin O'Neill here on behalf of Mr. Johnson.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. This case is scheduled for a formal hearing at 11:15. It's 9:33. What's going on?
We have come to a resolution, Your Honor.
That is accurate.
So
I assumed as much based on Mr. O'Neill's early arrival.
Right.
What's the agreement, Mr. Greco?
Your Honor, we're going to amend the distracted driving charge to a double parking charge with a fine of $180, which resolves the case for later this morning.
That is
Mr. O'Neill, you have your client's full authority to enter a plea of responsible to the double parking and the fine of $180.
I do, Your Honor.
The court accepts your representation, will enter a plea of responsible to the added count of double parking, dismiss the original charge of distracted driving, and will impose the fine of $180. Does your client need more than 5 days to pay that amount, sir?
Well, I didn't discuss it with him. Could you give us 14 days, please, just to be safe?
Absolutely, 14 days to pay. Anything else, Mr. O'Neill?
Nothing, Your Honor. I'll have him contact the court staff to get that accomplished.
Thank you so much. Have a
Thank
great
you to both.
afternoon.
Thank you to both of you.
Take care.
Bye.
Are you getting rid of your later stuff so that you, Mr. Jadal, and I can have a conversation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you guys. Yeah.
I'm talking
All right,
about
then.
you, Mr. Greco.
Oh, okay. I will be back. Yeah.
I understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not picking up what I'm putting down. This is 24RP023890M, City of Romulus versus Jalen Walker. Sir, would you state your name for the record, please?
Walker.
Mr. Walker, the way court staff have you labeled indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
Come again? You said what again?
Mr. Walker?
Yeah.
Sir, the way court staff have you labeled indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think he said correct, Your Honor, but regardless, we're moving to dismiss this case. I've attempted to have Mr. Walker put himself a little clearer, a little more light on his face, explaining to him that we would need that, but we are moving to dismiss this case. I haven't informed him, and he's being informed on the record again, that he is trespassed from the Romulus Athletic Center. He is not to go back to that facility.
Mr. Walker, were you able to hear Mr. Greco just now?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you had the opportunity to speak to court staff this morning and you confirmed your address.
My address?
Have you spoken to court staff this morning, sir, to confirm your address and phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Walker, is there a reason why you're muffled and won't put your face fully on camera?
I mean, it's about it.
Thank you. There we go. Mr. Walker, Mr. Greco is asking that this case be dismissed. Do you have any objection to the case being dismissed?
Yeah. Case being dismissed.
Mr. Walker?
Yeah. Hello?
My question was, do you have any objection to this case being dismissed?
Do I have any objections? No, ma'am.
I think
Mr. Walker, if you, I'm sorry, Mr. Greco.
I think he said no, ma'am. I think he repeated the question and said no, ma'am. I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, ma'am.
Mr. Walker,
No.
I need your help, sir. I need you to give me your attention for 1 second. Stop moving around and respond to the question. Do you have any objection to this case being dismissed?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, this case is hereby dismissed. Dismissal is without prejudice and conditioned upon the fact that you understand that you are trespassed from the Romulus Athletic Center, which means you are not to return to that building. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I do understand.
Thank you. This case is dismissed. You're free to go. You have a great day.
You too, appreciate you.
All right, Judge, I'll be back.
Thank you, sir. Oh, Mary Ann,
Yes,
have you looked in that waiting room?
yes, I have.
I am not with it this morning. I need more coffee, I think. This is 2402840M. This is City of Romulus versus Shelley Bird. May I have your appearance, please?
Daniel Batar on behalf of Miss Bird. Miss Bird, can you say your name for the record, please?
Shelley Bird.
Thank you, Ms. Bird. Today is the day and time scheduled for the pretrial on this matter. Mr. Batar, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're asking the court to set this matter for a final pretrial where the complainant must appear. I've received discovery from Mr. Greco, and I will let Mr. Greco know, since he's not in, that the complainant must appear at that final pretrial.
June 20th at 9:40.
Ms. Bird, your final pretrial in this case is being scheduled for June the 20th at 9:40 a.m. That's back on Zoom, back here in number 1. The complainant is to appear for that final pretrial. Anything else, Mr. Batar?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. I'll see you on June 20th at 9:40 a.m. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. This is 2404290D, City of Romulus versus Cornelius White. May I have your appearances for the record?
Respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Richardalo, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. White. Mr. White, please say your name for the record.
My name is Cornelius White.
Thank you, Mr. White. Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, for purposes of arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute. Your Honor, for purposes of pretrial, at this time, Mr. White will be pleading to 1 count of operating while impaired. The open intox matter is being dismissed.
Thank you. Mr. White, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Mr. White, you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Jadala this morning, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your understanding and agreement that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty this morning to the reduced count of operating while impaired.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Not operating while impaired.
Yes, that is the plea, Judge.
Operating while impaired, and the open and toxic vehicles will be dismissed.
Correct, Judge.
I'm sorry, Mr. White, you understand that's your plea this morning?
Yes.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Okay.
Yes, you understand
Yes.
that?
Yes, I understand.
You
Yes,
will
I'm
not
sorry.
have the opportunity, you're fine. You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, I plead. Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
I'm pleading.
I'm sorry?
Yes. I'm so nervous. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Sir, is it true that on April the 7th, 2024, in the city of Romulus, you operated a motor vehicle while you were impaired by some intoxicant?
Yes.
And Mr. White, you understand and admit that at the time that you encountered law enforcement, your blood alcohol content was 0.194?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. White, the court accepts your plea of guilty to operating while impaired, and the open and toxic vehicles will be dismissed. Mr. White, because this is your first appearance, you had not had bond set in this matter. Your bond is 5,000 personal. A condition of your bond is that you not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages during the pendency of this matter. Because you have entered a plea of guilty to an operating while under the influence of alcohol case, the matter will be referred to the probation department. They will contact you by phone and by email. They will interview you. They will develop a sentence recommendation. They'll schedule you to come back to this courtroom for sentence to be imposed.
Okay.
And sir, please respond to all of their efforts to be in contact and communication with you, okay?
Okay.
Is there anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. White, you're free to go. I'll see you at sentencing, sir. Have a good day.
Okay, you too.
Thank you.
I got.
These are 24RP02038, A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Grace Bohale.
Daniel Batar on behalf of Ms. Badejo, Your Honor.
State your name for me, please, ma'am.
Grace Badejo.
There you go. Thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearings and pre-trials in these matters. Mr. Batar, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the defendant has indicated she would like to represent herself and does not want my services.
Ma'am, is that your understanding and agreement?
Yes.
And ma'am, you understand that should you elect to represent yourself in these matters going forward, that you will be held to the same level of responsibility and understanding the court rules, the statutes as a licensed attorney?
Correct.
Ma'am, in as much as you've indicated that you wish to discharge Mr. Batar's services and you understand the position that puts you in, the court will allow Mr. Batar to withdraw from this case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Correct.
Ma'am, have you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor? Do we need to move you in to speak with Mr. Greco?
I don't know who that person is.
The prosecutor for the City of Romulus, ma'am.
I don't even know what he's prosecuting me for.
For driving left of center, for resisting or obstructing a police officer, and for driving while your license was suspended, revoked, or denied. And this all happened, allegedly happened on April the 15th, 2024 in the City of Romulus, somewhere near Ecorse Road and Wayne Road, driving left to center around a road closed sign and barricades into oncoming lanes in a construction zone and failing to produce ID when requested.
Okay, so at that time, my license
No,
wasn't.
ma'am, no, ma'am, no, ma'am, no. We're not discussing the case right now on the record without the prosecutor present. The court has allowed Mr. Batar to withdraw from the case. Typically,
Fine.
what happens is that you speak to the prosecutor before the case proceeds. So my question was, have you spoken to Mr. Greco? You said you didn't know who that was. I told you it was the prosecutor. You asked me why you were what the issue was. I read the citations to you. So we can move you in with the prosecutor. Mr. Greco has some other cases. He'll be in there momentarily to discuss the case with you. And we'll update the way you're named to indicate that you're waiving your right to have the attorney.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir. This is 24RP025870M, City of Romulus versus Stanley Williams. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
Mr. Williams, have you spoken to one of the court-appointed attorneys already this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it a gentleman with a beard? Oh, you're
No.
muted, Mr. Bitar. That's why I didn't think you were here.
Oh, you're on mute, Dan.
No, he didn't have a beard.
Sorry, Judge, I guess that's why you didn't hear me. Daniel Bitar on behalf of Mr. Williams, Your Honor.
Mr. Williams, I'm sorry, the attorney was muted, so I thought it was the other court-appointed attorney. My notes indicate that this case is being dismissed. Is that correct, Mr. Greco, Mr. Bitar?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, your case is hereby dismissed, sir. You're free to go. You have a great day.
You as well, ma'am.
Thank you. This is 24RP027410M, City of Romulus versus Aaron Moore. Your appearances, please.
Your Honor, Mr. Moore, it indicates that he's represented by attorney Brian Berry, who I did speak with yesterday, but I have not seen him today.
Mr. Moore, unmute yourself, sir.
I'm unmuted.
Sir, you're represented by Mr. Berry?
That's correct.
Are you expecting him this morning?
Yes, I know he said he had another case, but he was going to zoom in.
It's fine, Mr. Moore. I'll put your file on the side. As soon as we see Mr. Berry, we'll get you connected and I'll recall the matter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Greco. I'm just not used to seeing somebody in the main session when they're not.
Right, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure why they're,
It's fine. That's a Thursday issue.
yeah.
These are 24RP017220 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Demond Smith. Your appearances, please.
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Ritadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, would you please say your name for the record?
Demond Smith.
Thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, for purposes of arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute. Purposes of pretrial, Your Honor, Mr. Smith will be pleading to one count of no operator's license on person and as charged to one count of open intoxicants.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you have the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, is it your understanding and agreement that you will be entering pleas of guilty this morning to no operator's license on person and open intoxicants in vehicle?
Yes.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on March 29, 2024, in the city of Romulus, you were operating a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person?
Correct.
Sir, is it also true that on that date and time, you had an open bottle of alcohol in your vehicle?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Greco?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
I am satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Smith, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the no operator's license on person and the open intoxicants in vehicle. Mr. Jadala, is there anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are imposed in this matter?
Your Honor, just that Mr. Smith does understand that that although there is no allegation that he was drinking or there was any suspicion of him drinking, that any type of open alcohol container cannot be within, can't be in the vehicle. And he does understand, Your Honor. He does apologize to the court. We just asked for fines and costs in this matter.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, is there anything you'd like to say on your own behalf before fines and costs are imposed?
No.
Sir, the court will impose a fine in the no operator's license, a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 show cause fee for the failure to appear, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $395. For the open intoxicant vehicles, the court will impose the same fines and costs, $100 fine, $100 in costs, $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, $50 show cause fee for your failure to appear, and $20 fund fee. That's $395. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay this total of $790?
Yes.
Then, sir, what I'll have you do is contact the court's collections department. You can do that in one of three ways. You may call the collections department, you may come in person and speak to a member of the collection staff, or you may go onto the court's website, which is mi34thdistrictcourt.com. There's a contact us button tab. If you click on that, you may submit a request for a payment plan through that online portal. Sir, you have some other outstanding matters where you owe the court $1,282 on some outstanding citations. The court's collection staff is able to set one single payment plan for all of these cases, okay?
Well, wait, so I owe on top of this case?
Yes, sir. You have a failing to display a valid license from 2023, a double parking from 2023, a parking and handicap from 2023, and a speeding ticket from 24, driving 16 to 20 over. Those are matters that have already been entered, and you owe. If you have questions about those, when you come in person, court staff is able to help you. Or you can go onto the court's website. If you type in your name, you can see all of the outstanding matters you have with the court.
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Smith?
No.
Have a good day, sir.
You too.
Thank you. This is 2404330D, City of Romulus versus Brooks Stecker. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes, Your Honor. David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Good morning, Your Honor. John Badine appearing on behalf of Brooks Stecker, who appears via Zoom.
Unmute yourself and state your name for me, please, ma'am.
Brooks Stecker.
Thank you. Mr. Badine, today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. We will waive reading and enter an initial plea of stands mute if it pleases the court. And then,
thank you, sir.
Apologies. And I've had an opportunity to talk with Mr. Greco. He's made an offer and we have accepted, if Your Honor is ready.
I heard you, Mr. Badine. There was a bond recommendation in the file asking that Ms. Stecker's bond be set at 5,000, 10%. Your comment as to bond?
Your Honor, we're here today. Ms. Stecker understands the severity of her actions. I'm here based on the support of her family, who is standing behind her and making sure she complies 100%. I would request a personal bond given where things stand currently.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Stecker, your bond will be set at 5,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to participate in these proceedings until this case is resolved in its entirety. Condition of your bond is that you not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages until further order of the court. Mr. Badine, you've indicated that there's a resolution of this matter?
There is, Your Honor. I've spoken with the prosecutor and they have offered impaired in return for dismissal of the original charge.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Stecker, would you raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, it's your desire this morning to plead guilty to operating while impaired.
Yes, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, is it true that on April the 15th, 2024, in the city of Romulus, you operated a motor vehicle while you were impaired by some intoxicant?
Yes.
And ma'am, you admit and acknowledge that your blood alcohol content on that day at the time that you engaged with law enforcement was 0.129?
Yes.
We'll stipulate
Mr. Badin, would you,
for purposes of the plea, Your Honor.
thank you. Would you like to inquire further of your client?
No, Your Honor, I'm satisfied.
Thank you. Mr. Greco, are the people satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Decker, the court accepts your plea of guilty to operating while impaired, will dismiss the original operating while intoxicated. Because this is a case of drinking and driving, the court will refer the matter to the probation department. Ma'am, they will be in contact with you by phone and by email. There will be forms for you to complete. There will be an interview for you to submit to. After they've had a chance to speak with you, they will develop a sentence recommendation, submit it to the court, and schedule you to return for sentence to be imposed. Is there anything else, Mr. Badin?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. I think this is moving in the right direction.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Decker, I will see you at sentencing. Good luck to you, ma'am. You have a great afternoon, okay?
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Always a pleasure.
Take care, sir. This is 2402760M. This is City of Romulus versus Jose Medina. May I have your appearances, please?
Respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Jadala, P 62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Jose Medina. Mr. Medina, would you please undo your camera and unmute yourself? Your name, Mr. Medina?
State your name for me.
Jose Benjamin Jerez Medina.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Jadala, today is the day and time scheduled. It says arraignment and pretrial.
And I believe it is, Your Honor. What we're going to ask for is an adjournment of the arraignment pretrial and respect for request Spanish translator be provided for Mr. Medina at the next hearing.
June 20th at 9:50.
June 20th at 9:50 a.m. The court will order a Spanish interpreter for that arraignment and pretrial.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Medina, we'll see you on June the 20th at 9:50 a.m.
June 50?
Thank you, sir.
June 20?
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day, sir. Marianne, I'll be right back. Oh, good morning, Mr. Barry.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Have you spoken to Mr. Greco already?
I have,
Give me 1 second.
no problem.
Oh, Mary. This is 24 RP 025970T. This is City of Romulus versus Aaron Moore. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes, Your Honor. David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
Good morning, Your Honor, to you and your staff. Brian Berry appearing on behalf of Aaron Moore. Mr. Moore, will you state your name for the record, sir?
Aaron Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Barry, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. As to the arraignment, we'll waive reading of the complaint and stand mute.
Any position as to bond, Mr. Barry?
Judge, we have this all worked out already. If the court is willing to move forward with a plea.
Absolutely.
My client would like to avail, go ahead, Mr.
Oh, go ahead. Your Honor, we have come to a resolution where the defendant is going to plead guilty to allowing an unlicensed person to drive with a recommendation of fines and costs only to close out the file.
Is that your understanding, Mr. Barry?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your understanding and agreement that you'll be entering a plea of guilty this morning to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, and the original charge of allowing a person under the influence of alcohol to drive will be dismissed?
Correct.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind? Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea, you will not have a trial?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Correct.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on May the 11th, 2024, in the city of Romulus, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Greco?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Barry?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. The court accepts your plea of guilty to the add count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and will dismiss the original charge. Mr. Barry, any comment before fines and costs are imposed in this matter?
Leave it at the discretion of the court, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, is there anything you'd like to say on your own behalf, sir?
It was just a bad Bad judgment call. I'm sorry for that. Apologize.
Thank you, sir. The court will impose the following. There's a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 statutory attorney fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $345. Mr. Moore, do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount, sir?
I shouldn't need more than 5 days.
I'm sorry?
No.
Okay. 5 days to pay. Is there anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Barry?
Your Honor, thank you for the court's patience in this matter. I appreciate it.
No worries, Mr. Barry. You have a great day. Mr. Moore, you have a wonderful day. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
You as
you.
well.
Ma'am, did you need to speak to your client, or were you ready to proceed with shoulders?
Ready, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Welcome.
This is 2402750M, City of Romulus versus Shoulders. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes, Your Honor. David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Good morning, Your Honor. Deborah Schlossel on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Altalia Shoulders. Ms. Shoulders, please state your name.
Altalia Shoulders. Altalia
Thank you,
Lundy
Ms.
Shoulders.
Your Honor, today was the date and time set for a pretrial. I am in continued plea negotiations with Mr. Greco and also need to request discovery.
Ma'am, let's back up just a little bit. There's, your client has not been arraigned in this matter yet? Does not
Correct, Your
appear?
Honor, and I apologize. So, and I apologize, cart before the horse. Your Honor, we waive the reading of the charges and ask that you enter a not guilty plea on Ms. Shoulders' behalf.
Thank you. There is a bond recommendation from the Romulus Police Department asking that the bond be set at 15,000, 10%. Condition of the bond is that your client have no contact with the complainants in this case being Paula Bullis and Deborah Sprinkle. Your position as the bond man.
Your Honor, my client has a very limited criminal record, and she showed up to court today on time, early, I think, and she retained me. She's not a danger to the community, and she is a single mother. She's working very hard. She works at a dollar store and I believe is working a second job as well. So, Your Honor, I would ask that you give her a personal bond. The likelihood that she will abide by bond conditions and show up to court is very high. I think she's already demonstrated that, and she takes this matter very seriously. So I'm asking for a personal bond. I know she could not afford the bond that's being recommended, and it would be a tremendous stress and strain on her family.
Ms. Shoulders, do you have any reason to be in contact or communication with the two persons that I identified?
No, ma'am. I'm not even in the same city.
Thank you. Then, ma'am, your bond will be set at 5,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this case is resolved in its entirety. Condition of your bond is you have no contact with the complainants in this case, and those people would be Paula Bullis, last name is Bullis, and Deborah Sprinkle. And ma'am, no contact means no contact, no direct contact, no contact through third parties, no contact through social media. Should this court receive reports that you've made efforts to be in contact or communication with these complainants, it could be viewed as a violation of the terms of your bond. Your bond could be revoked, and you could spend the rest of these proceedings in custody. Do you understand?
Yes, but I have a statement.
No, ma'am.
Well, you shouldn't
No, you
say
don't.
anything.
Trust me.
Leah, don't say anything. It's not
We'll
the
adjourn
time.
the pretrial. We'll adjourn the pretrial to
June 20th at 9:50.
Actually, Your Honor,
9:50.
Your Honor, Ms. Schlossel and I have spoken, and we think that July 3rd may be more appropriate because she is getting discovery from me, and so we can discuss things a little bit more.
That is correct, Your Honor.
July 3rd at,
Judge, that docket, according to my notes and emails, that docket is no longer Mr. Greco, that's with Miss, Judge Green. Is that?
Oh.
oh, it's just a pretrial. That can go to Judge Green.
But I think that she has canceled that docket.
Oh, canceled it. Thank you.
Yes, yes. So
Oh.
the next date is July 18th
That works for me, Your Honor.
at 9 o'clock.
That's fine.
That works for me.
July 18th at 9 a.m. and number 3 with Judge Green. And Ms. Shoulders, just so it's clear, it's not that I don't want to hear what you have to say, it's that it's usually better if you talk to your attorney before you make some comment on the record. They may impact your case, that's all.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. I concur with that.
And Ms. Shoulders, notice of that new date and time, that July 18th at 9 a.m. for courtroom 3 with Judge Green by Zoom will be mailed to you at the address you verified with court staff. Mr. Greco, is there anything else in this matter?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Schlossel, anything else in this matter?
No, Your Honor. Ms. Shoulders, you did not plan to leave the state of Michigan before now and the next court date, correct?
No, I have put it on hold because of this, but I do want to get this over with so that I can move to another state.
Okay. All right. So, Your Honor, we have
Understood,
nothing
Ms.
else.
Shoulders. I'm sorry, ma'am,
nothing
were you
else.
saying something?
Yes,
Thank you.
nothing else.
Ms.
on our
Shoulders, you're
part.
free to go. You have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
This is 24RP02740OM, City of Romulus versus Eric Whalen. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes, Your Honor. David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Whalen, Your Honor.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Eric Whalen.
Thank you, Mr. Whalen. Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Batar, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, my client is going to plead guilty to disorderly conduct, 771.1 for 12 months. The other defendant on this case, Your Honor, is present in the courtroom, Mr. Antoine Moore, and we're also asking the court for a no contact provision. They are neighbors, and we would just ask for a no contact provision on both ends where no communications with the other side, neither party coming onto each other's property. Is that okay with you, Mr. Greco?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Whalen, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Batar, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
I do, Your Honor.
And sir, after having that conversation, is it your understanding and agreement that you'll be entering a plea of guilty as charged to fighting?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, it's actually
And sir,
disorderly person.
I'm sorry, you said that. I'm sorry, Mr. Whalen, you'll be entering a plea of guilty to the added count of disorderly conduct, and the original charge of fighting will be dismissed.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
I'm sorry, say that again.
I say you haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Whalen, is it true that on May the 19th, 2024, in the city of Romulus, you were a disorderly person? More specifically, that you did something to disrupt the peaceful quality of the neighborhood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Greco?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Batar?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Whalen, the court accepts your plea of guilty to being to disorderly conduct and will dismiss the original charge of fighting. As indicated by Mr. Batar, your plea is taken pursuant to 771.1. Your sentence will be delayed for a period of 12 months. Sir, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan over the next 12 months, pay costs of $300 and have no contact with Antoine Moore, the case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal at the end of that 12-month period of time. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay the $300?
Yeah, if I could have 14, that would be fine.
14 days, sir. Anything else?
That should do it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Whalen, just so we're clear, you heard Mr. Greco and Mr. Batar on the record indicate to acknowledge that you are to have no contact with Mr. Moore?
Oh, that would be a blessing, Your Honor.
Just yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Whalen. Is there nothing else, Mr. Batar?
Nothing else related to this case, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Whalen, you're free to go. You have a good day. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. This is 24RP02741 OM, City of Romulus versus Moore. Your appearances, please.
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, if you would please say your name.
Antoine Moore.
Thank you. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding with this arraignment and pretrial?
Your Honor, for purposes of arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stay in mute. For purposes of pretrial, Your Honor, Mr. Moore will be availing himself to the plea of one count of disorderly conduct under 771.1 for 12 months. He does understand the mutual no contact order and he agrees to abide by it, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you have the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your understanding and agreement that you'll be entering a plea of guilty to the added count of disorderly conduct and the original charge of fighting will be dismissed.
Yes.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, are you entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yeah.
Mr. Moore, is it true that on May the 19th, 2024, in the city of Romulus, you were a disorderly person? More specifically, you did something to upset the peace and serenity of the neighborhood?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. The court accepts your plea of guilty to disorderly conduct and will dismiss the original charge of fighting or violent behavior. As indicated by Mr. Jadala, this plea is taken pursuant to 771.1. Your sentence will be delayed for a period of 12 months. Sir, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan, pay the cost of $300 and have no contact with Eric Whalen, the case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal in 12 months. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay the $300?
Yes.
Sir, what I'll have you do is contact the court's collections department. You can contact them in one of three ways. You may appear in person and speak to staff. You may call and speak to the collections department, or you can go onto the court's website, mi34thdistrictcourt.com. There's a contact us button. You click on that. One of the options will be to submit a request for a payment plan. Sir, it's just so we're clear on the record. Condition of your plea is that you have no contact with Eric Whalen. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, you're free to go. You have a great day. Don't forget to contact the court's collection department. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much, Judge. Have
You're
a great
so
day.
welcome. You too. This is 2404350D. This is City of Romulus versus Jerrican McClellan. Sorry.
Daniel, I'm sorry, Dave, go ahead.
Oh, Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. McClellan, Your Honor. Mr. McClellan, can you unmute yourself? I think he's in the courthouse, Judge, on one of the computers.
I'll run and help him.
Thank you, Carol.
Your Honor, the other person we have on the screen, Donald Newton, it indicates he's waived, but it's just being adjourned so he can hire his own lawyer, retain his own lawyer.
Thank you. Well, while we're waiting for Carol to go help in that case, this is 2404330OD. This is State of Michigan versus Donald Newton. Mr. Newton, state your name for me, sir.
Donald Newton.
Mr. Newton, the way court staff have you labeled indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney. Is that your understanding this morning?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're asking for an adjournment to retain your own private attorney.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you already in communication with an attorney?
I just gotta figure out which one it is. I'm debating right now. I'm just figuring it out.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. I just wanted to be sure so we could do a briefer adjournment if you already had a line on an attorney. Mary Ann, let's put the arraignment pretrial over to our next Romulus date.
June 20th at 9:50.
June 20th at 9:50 a.m. Mr. Newton, that's back here in courtroom number 1 by Zoom.
Okay.
Is there anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Newton, you're free to go, sir. You have a great day. I'll see you on June 20th.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. 2404350D. Mr. McClellan, would you state your name for me, sir?
Jargon McClellan.
Thank you. Mr. Bachar, how are we proceeding with this arraignment pretrial?
Your Honor, as to the arraignment, we will waive a formal reading and stand mute. We're asking for a pretrial at a later date. Mr. Greco will provide discovery.
Thank you. Mr. McClellan, this is your first appearance of court. We'll set your bond at $5,000 personal. Sir, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until this case is resolved in its entirety. Because the allegation is that you were operating a motor vehicle while you were under the influence of alcohol, condition of your bond is that you not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages while this matter remains pending or until further order of the court. Mr. Batara made the notation that discovery is requested. We will adjourn the pretrial date to
June 20th at 9:50.
June 20th at 9:50 a.m. That's back here on Zoom with me in number 1. Mr. McClellan and court staff will mail notice of that new date and time to you at the address you verified this morning. Is there anything else, Mr. Batar?
Mr. McClellan, I will give you a call when I get a copy of the police report, okay?
Okay.
Nothing else, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. McClellan, you may exit that room through that door on your left. The court staff will come reset that computer.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Crump, as soon as Mr. Greco, the prosecutor from Romulus returns, I'll call your case. You're muted, but it's okay.
No, thank you very much, Your Honor.
You're welcome, sir. For RP 01315A, City of Romulus versus Kayla Cagle. This case was scheduled at 8 a.m. for show cause arraignment pretrial. It's now 10:31 a.m. by this court's clock. This case is in warrant status and will stay that way. These are 24 RP 01899 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Damon Douglas. These cases were scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:32 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. These are 24 RP 02733 A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Dakota Schultz. May I have your appearances, please?
Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Schultz, Your Honor. Mr. Schultz, can you state your name for the judge?
Dakota Schultz. Hello, Your Honor.
Hello, Mr. Schultz. Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial in these matters. Mr. Batar, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Mr. Schultz is going to plead to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive. The open intox will be dismissed, and the unregistered vehicle charge will be reduced to a civil infraction plate violation.
Thank you. Mr. Schultz, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you gave in these matters will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you had the opportunity to discuss these cases with Mr. Batar. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your understanding and agreement that you will be pleading guilty to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and responsible to a plate violation?
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your pleas this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Correct. Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Schultz, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Schultz, is it true that on May 17, 2024, in the city of Romulus, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it also true on that date and time that you had an improper plate of some sort on a vehicle?
Yes.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the plate violation and guilty to the allowing an unlicensed driver to drive. The C file open intoxicant vehicle would be dismissed. Mr. Batar, anything before fines and costs are imposed?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schultz, is there anything you'd like to say on your own behalf, sir?
No, no, ma'am. Just that I appreciate you working with me, and I'm trying to get my stuff in order here, so.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. For the A file, which is the plate violation civil infraction, the court will impose a fine of $180. For the allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, the court will impose a fine of $100. Cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $345. The total in this case this morning would be $525, sir. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
Okay, so it's 180, 175, plus 50 plus 20. It's how much?
The civil infraction, registration or plate violation is $180, full stop, period.
Okay.
And then the B file, which is the allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, there's a fine of $100. There's cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state cost and $20 fund fee. That's $345. If you add both of those together, it's $525. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No, that'll work. I apologize. I just, I was adding the, I didn't know it was $100 cost and fine for the last one. That's why I was thrown off.
No worries, sir. 5 days to pay. Is there anything else, Mr. Bitar?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schultz, good luck to you, sir. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Your Honor. One quick question. Do I just come into the courthouse and pay the clerk?
Yes, sir. You can do that in person or you can do it online. If you do it online, there's a fee associated with it. I don't know off the top of my head, but if you look at the court's website, it'll let you know.
Wonderful. Okay, I will get that taken care of in the next day or two.
Thank you, sir. Have a good afternoon.
You as well.
Thank you. This is 2403710D. This is City of Romulus versus Myron Murphy. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Richardalo, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, could you unmute yourself and please say your name?
Hi, this is Myron Murphy.
Good morning, Mr. Murphy. Today is the day and time scheduled for the show cause arraignment pretrial. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, for purposes of today's arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute. At this time, we're respectfully requesting a pretrial in this matter to get some discovery.
Thank you. Mr. Jadala, the recommendation from Romulus Police Department is that Mr. Murphy's bond be set at 100,000, 10%, that he be placed on alcohol tether. Your comment as to bond in this matter, sir?
Your Honor, after speaking with Mr. Murphy, Your Honor, Mr. Murphy denies being involved in this incident, Your Honor. That's why we're asking for discovery. He says he was not arrested, nor given or performed any tests. So we respectfully request that this matter be set for a personal bond. Your Honor, as soon as he was made aware of this court date, he has appeared, Your Honor, and he will continue to appear.
Thank you. Mr. Jadala and Mr. Murphy, because there's an allegation that the person who encountered law enforcement on September 2nd, 2023 in the city of Romulus was operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol content of 0.17 or more. The court will set the bond at 10,000 personal. Mr. Murphy, you do not need to post any money, but a condition of your bond is that you continue to appear as directed by the court. And the court will add the condition that you not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages during the pendency of this matter. Your pretrial will be adjourned to
June 20th at 10 o'clock.
June 20th at 10 a.m. It's back on Zoom, back here with me in courtroom number 1. Notice of the new date and time will be mailed to you at the address we have on record. Mr. Murphy, before you leave, there are 2 outstanding matters that you have with the court. 2017 citation for failing to display a valid license and speeding 11 to 15 over. You owe the court $928 in those matters. If you have not already done so, please contact the court's collection department to make payment in these matters, okay?
Okay, I have a question.
Sir.
I have a surgery coming up. I have cancer, an illness. I have surgery on the 24th. And right now I'm kind of like in a bad predicament where I'm homeless and it's just a mailing address and I'm just going through a lot. I don't have a job. I'd just like y'all to see if y'all can give me, like, I'm indigent right now. And
as
like
relates to the
waive.
2017, Mr. Murphy, are you referring to the 2017 issues?
Yes, to like waive court costs and fines or whatever. Because
those cases are, Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
I'm interrupting you only because those cases are not scheduled this morning, so I don't have them. I can't make rulings on them. There's a
Okay.
sheet that I received that just indicates when someone owes money to the court. I would suggest that you contact the court's collection department, speak to them regarding your situation. There may be some relief available, but that's a conversation you'll have with that department, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else, Mr. Murphy?
No, ma'am.
I'll see you on June 20th, sir. Good luck to you.
Yep. You have a nice day.
Thank you, you too. These are 23RP01, excuse me, 23RP06167OM and 230958OM. These are both City of Romulus versus Anthony Crump. Mr. Crump, unmute yourself. State your name for me, sir.
Your Honor, my name is Anthony Crump.
Thank you, Mr. Crump. The way the court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Have you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Greco, the prosecutor for the city of Romulus?
No, I have not.
Your Honor, I had moved Mr. Crump into my meeting room a couple of minutes ago, and then he may have been disconnected or something. So when I went in there to talk to him and he wasn't there, I think he just had to sign back in.
Oh, Mr. Crump, you'll be moved back into Mr. Greco's waiting room when you're done speaking with him and you come back out. I'll recall these matters, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Crump, I'll be right in.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, thank you.
These are a recall of 24RP02038 A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Video.
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
Ma'am, unmute yourself. State your name for me, please. Ms. Badeo? Ma'am, unmute yourself and state your name for me, please. Unmute yourself, please, ma'am.
Okay, I see.
Thank you. State your name, ma'am.
Grace Badejo.
Thank you. Mr. Greco, these cases were called previously. Ms. Badeo indicated that she no longer wished to be represented by MIDC. You've had the opportunity to speak with her. How are we proceeding this morning?
I have, Your Honor. We have not come to a resolution on the matter. We were discussing the matter. The discussion, from my perspective, did not seem to be going anywhere. I had asked Ms. Badejo if she wanted a trial. She did not indicate whether or not she wanted a trial or not. She then took offense to my eyes blinking. I was blinking too much. She asked me not to blink anymore, so I just moved her to the main session. We're either going to set this for a final pretrial, and I can, look at the case again. She indicates that her license was not suspended on that day. My records from this are that it was, or we need to set the matter for a trial, a bench or a jury trial.
Ms. Badeo, final pretrial or bench trial?
I don't understand. I don't know what that means.
Take your cap off, Mr. McCarter. Ms. Badeo, when you were here and discharged Mr. Bitar, the court indicated to you that you will be held to the same standards as an attorney. The court cannot help you in making decisions about how to proceed with this case. So the options right now are final pretrial or having trial scheduled. Which one would you like, ma'am?
None of the above, because I'm not guilty.
Ma'am,
I'm not guilty of any of those offenses.
I understand that, ma'am, but there are procedures that have to be acknowledged, respected, and followed. You are held to the same standard as a licensed attorney when you decide to represent yourself. This is the pretrial. We are not taking evidence or testimony this morning. Do you want a trial to be set, or do you want a final pretrial to be set?
Is the court that ordered for my arrest? I think they need to do. I was just driving. They are the ones who ordered for my arrest. I don't know what they arrested me for. So they need to decide on that one. I just need to be
Ma'am,
out of
when you were on with Mr. Bitar, an hour ago, I read the charges to you. We will schedule this matter for final pretrial. That date will be
whatever the court wants to do.
June 20th. June 20th.
It has nothing to do with me.
Stop talking for a moment, ma'am. June 20th at what time?
Yep, at 10:10.
And just to be clear, Your Honor, the final pretrial doesn't require any of my my officer or anything. Just I'm just looking into the driver's license issue, and it's just being set for a final pretrial.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Ma'am, your return date is June the 20th at 10:10 a.m. Back on Zoom, back here in courtroom number 1. Is there anything else, ma'am?
Not at this time.
I will see you on June 20th. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Thank you. RP 003220M, City of Romulus versus Dennis McCarter. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes, Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
Your Honor, respectfully, Samuel Jadala, P62186, and IDC Arraignment Counsel appearing on behalf of Mr. McCarter. Mr. McCarter, please unmute yourself and say your name.
My name is Dennis McCarter Jr.
Thank you, Mr. McCarter. Today is the day and time scheduled for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, for purposes of arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute. I believe that's already occurred, Your Honor. For purposes of pretrial, at this time, Mr. McCarter will be availing himself to the plea, whereby he'll be pleading guilty to one count of disorderly person, and he'll be taken under 771.1 for 12 months. Mr. McCarter does understand the right to use waiving by taking the plea.
Thank you. Mr. McCarter, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, after having that conversation, it's your understanding and agreement that you'll be entering a plea of guilty to the added count of disorderly conduct, and the original charge of interfering with police will be dismissed.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Mr. McCarter,
ma'am.
is it true that on January 21st, 2024, in the city of Romulus, you were a disorderly person, more specifically that you did something to upset the peace and serenity of the area?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. McCarter, the court will accept your plea of guilty to being a disorderly person, dismiss the original charge of interfering with the police. As indicated by Mr. Jadala, your plea is being taken pursuant to 771.1, which means your sentence is delayed for a period of 12 months. So long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan over the next 12 months and pay costs of $300, the case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay $300?
Yes.
Then, Mr. McCarter, I ask you to do one of three things. You can contact the court's collection department to make a payment plan. You may do that by coming in person and speaking to a member of the court staff. You may call and speak to a member of the staff, or you can go onto the court's website, mi34thdistrictcourt.com. There's a contact us button. You click on that button. You can submit a request for a payment plan that way. Is there anything else this morning in this case, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McCarter, before you go, you have some other outstanding matters with the court. There are some 2018 citations, one's for disobeying a traffic signal, the other one is for double parking. When you call to set the payment plan or come in person and set the payment plan from
Well,
today's case,
I was down there yesterday and I had set up the payment plan.
that's fine, Mr. McCarter. These slips have been in my office for about a week now. So if you've done payment plan, if you set the payment plan more recently, just
Yeah.
honor the payment plan, contact the collections department so they can add this case to it, okay?
Okay.
Have a good day, sir.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol, here's my question.
Sure.
Is time off from work the same as not being available?
Oh, he gave us his vacation schedule and nothing that says where he's going.
Me being off from work doesn't mean I'm not available. It just means I'm not physically at 11129 Wayne Road. Okay. I just want to make sure you and I are on the same page.
I don't necessarily agree, but when he called, I said, I just need some sort of proof of vacation. You can attach it to the email I just sent you, and that's what I got.
Oh, wait, you don't agree with me or you don't agree with him? If you don't agree with me, it's fine. If you say that, then
I don't necessarily, because it doesn't tell me that you're on vacation or where you're going. It just says you have a week off from work.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Okay.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Oh. Wait, what happened with Crump, Mary Ann? What did we do? Oh, no, he's still meeting with him. Okay. These are 24RP0176, 24RP01786 C and D. These are City of Romulus versus Carmen Jones. These cases were scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It is now 10:53 by these court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is 24RP025820M, City of Romulus versus Sharita Haynes. May I have your appearances, please?
Daniel Batar on behalf of Ms. Haynes, Your Honor. Ms. Haynes, can you unmute yourself and state your name for the record, please?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yep.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. State your name for me.
Sharita Hayes.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Batar, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Mr. Greco is going to get me discovery. We'll waive a formal reading and stand mute, and we're asking for a pretrial, Judge, but can we have a pretrial date in July, please?
July 18th at 9 o'clock.
Ms. Haynes, this is your
Yes,
first
ma'am.
appearance. The court will set your bond at 1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this case is resolved in its entirety. Your return date will be July 18th, 2024 at 9 a.m. That will be on Zoom in number 3 with Judge Green. Court staff will mail notice of the new date, time, and Zoom ID to you at the address you verified this morning, okay?
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Batar?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am. You're free to go. You have a great afternoon.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is 24RP017240M, City of Romulus versus Ishmael Olivo. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:55 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear. Bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. What is going on? Oh, that's weird. These are 24RP02236 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Lawrence Darrington. These cases were scheduled for arraignment at 8:30 a.m. It's now 10:56 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. These matters will be set for show cause. Lieutenant Smith, how may I help you?
I'm here for 11 o'clock. Traffic citation, Calvin West.
It's darkening my doorstep. Have you spoken to Mr. Greco already? The prosecutor?
Not today, no.
Okay. I have, let me look, double check. I don't think I've seen Mr. West yet. So if you sit tight, I'll note that you've arrived. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
How much longer before school is out, Mr. Batar?
For my kids next week, but my wife is out Friday, so freedom begins tomorrow. I'm gonna stay. I get to sleep in until 6:55 starting Monday.
You slacker.
I'm telling you.
I think all the kids are doing the countdown dance.
You know, when I was a kid, Judge, I knew exactly how many more days of school I had left, and I asked my kids every day, "How many days of school do you have left?" And they can never tell me. I mean, I knew like 2 months before the school year ended how many days I had, but
I'm a teacher's kid, so yeah, we knew when school was over. These are 1648110M, 1648920M, and 1822950M. These are all City of Romulus versus Stephen Schulman. These cases were scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 8:30 a.m. It's now 10:59 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendants failed to appear. These cases are already in warrant status and will stay that way. Did you have something else, Mr. Batar?
no, Judge, I didn't see anything else on the docket. It's 11 o'clock, and I was just wondering if I was okay to go.
Yes, sir.
Great.
Thank you for your help this morning. Have a great day.
Always a pleasure. Marianne, I'll see you next time. All
Okay, see you, Dan.
right, take care. See you, Dave.
Take care, Dan.
Give me 1 second, Mr. Crump, I'll be with you. Give me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
These are 23RP 061670M and 230958M. These are City of Romulus versus Anthony Crump. Your appearances, please.
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Hello, Your Honor, Anthony Crump.
Thank you, Mr. Crump. We've had the conversation before. The way the court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you've now had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Greco, the prosecutor for the City of Romulus.
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
I would note for the record that the complainant victim in this case is also present, although not in this main session. Mr. Timothy Johnson is in one of the breakouts. Mr. Greco, how are we proceeding this morning?
We do not have a resolution to the matter, Your Honor. We've had several pre-trials. It's time to set this matter for a trial.
That trial date will be
June 20th at
Uh,
11.
That would be too quick for me.
Yes, Your Honor. The prosecutor has absolutely no evidence. It's a little quick.
That's your last docket with Romulus, Judge.
Could we possibly set it on an ordinance day?
Suppose
Not
if we-
ideal, but I don't know. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, I guess if we did it for the afternoon, I mean, this case has got a few witnesses and stuff, so it's gonna take a little time.
Your Honor, I feel that if you took even possibly 10 minutes, you would understand that this is all a waste of everybody's time. This is
Mr.
completely
Crump,
ridiculous.
unfortunately, that's not how the court's able to make decisions. It has to be witnesses who are properly proffered to the court and evidence that is admitted through the regular rules of evidence. The issue is that the way the court is set up, the judges rotate on and off of different cities. My last time with Romulus is on June 20th. I was proposing a different date when Mr. Greco is here for an unrelated type of case. And if he's amenable to the court scheduling your trial on July the 25th in the afternoon, that's a Thursday in the afternoon.
That works for me, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I just thought maybe there was possibly a way you could save the city some money. This is ridiculous. But thank you.
I understand. I'm looking at maybe 1 o'clock, Mr. Moore. I'm sorry. Yeah, Mr. Greco and Mr. Crump, the 25th of July at 1 p.m.
That works for me.
That'll be fine, Your Honor. Let me
In
just,
person or on Zoom, Mr. Crump, do you have a preference?
In person, definitely, Your Honor.
Absolutely. Then we will schedule an in-person jury trial, an in-person trial in this case on July the 25th at 1 p.m. It is the only misdemeanor case that the court will have scheduled in the afternoon. So Mr. Crump, on that date and time, you need to bring all witnesses and evidence that you intend to rely on in this matter. Please note that inasmuch as you have elected to represent yourself, the court is unable to provide you support or assistance. You will be held to the same standard and rules as a licensed attorney here in the state of Michigan, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there anything else, Mr. Crump?
No, Your Honor, I appreciate your time.
No worries. Anything else, Mr. Greco?
no, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'll see you here July 25th at 1 p.m. in person in courtroom number 1. Have a good day, Mr. Crump. Thank you for your patience today, sir.
Thank you too, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr.
Mr. Greco,
Johnson,
have you spoken to Mr. West and Lieutenant Smith yet?
I have not. What I'd like to do is I'm going to move them to my rooms. I'm also going to move Mr. Johnson, the victim in the Crump case, just to speak with him briefly. We've talked before, though.
Thank you, sir.
Tim, I'm going to move to your room and I'll meet you right there. Okay?
Okay. All right.
This is 24RP022380M, City of Romulus versus Claude Howard II. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 8:40 a.m. It's now 11:06 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear. This matter will be set for show cause. This is 24RP022410M, City of Romulus versus George Hunter. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 8:40 a.m. It's now 11:07 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear. This matter will be set for show cause. These are 24RP022450M and 24RP00414M. These are both City of Romulus versus Kenneth Livingston. These cases were scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 8:50 a.m. It's now 11:07 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear. The 414 file is already in warrant status and will stay that way. The 245 case will be scheduled for show cause. This is 24RP02395OM. This is City of Romulus versus Joseph Dunn. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9 a.m. It's now 11:09 by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this matter will be set for show cause. This is 24RP02410OM, City of Romulus versus Paul Guy. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9 a.m. It's now 11:09 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this matter will be set for show cause. This is 24RP02409OM, City of Romulus versus Alexandria Rich. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9 a.m. It's now 11:10 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this matter will be set for show cause. This is 24RP02453OM. This is City of Romulus versus Jonathan Wilson. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:10 a.m. It's now 11:11 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this matter will be set for show cause. This is 24RP01301B. This is City of Romulus versus Calvin West. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Calvin West, CALVIN, West WEST.
Thank you, Mr. West.
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus. We do not have a resolution to this formal hearing for the charge of disobeying traffic control device. I do have Lieutenant Smith here. We are ready to proceed.
Thank you. Before we proceed in this matter, I'll make a note for the record that we have a few outstanding misdemeanors that were scheduled for earlier. The court will deem anyone who has not already appeared to have failed to appear this morning, and show causes will issue in those matters. That being said, Mr. West, are you prepared to proceed with your formal hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you have all necessary documents and witnesses.
Yes, ma'am. But, Your Honor, is there any way where we can proceed in the courtroom rather than on Zoom?
I'm here, Mr. West. If you want to come up, you're free to come up. Mr. Greco's not physically in the building. So it's up to you.
Okay, I'll come up.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Your Honor, Mary Ann, I'm just going to step away for a moment while Mr. West makes his way up to the courtroom.
Hi. Would you come open my front door, please? My formal hearing is coming up. The defendant will be in here, not the prosecutor. Thank you. Bye-bye. This is 2404320D. This is City of Romulus versus Sky Garrison. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:20 a.m. It's now 11:14 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this matter will be set for show cause. The defendant has asked to appear in person on this case. Do you mind, would you turn this on from the? Sure. Thank you. How are you today?
Good. Came back to see you, but you were busy.
Oh, this morning? It's been a day. Really?
And Joe went at it with an attorney today.
No.
And then went at it with Chuck Baker. I thought that was today.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he was an idiot. I don't remember him being like that.
This is 2404310D. This is City of Romulus versus Fred Moore. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:30 a.m. It's now 11:15 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, matter will be set for show cause. I am. There's something we need to talk about.
I was just gonna tell you something. Oh, and he made it bad. Oh, yeah, I remember. But he was way up. It's like, man. Yeah, he did, he put some minutes. When he first started, he was doing that. But he's very fast, this big. He looks like he's already been involved.
Hey, Tim. I am super. How are you today? Oh, I thought that's why you were coming in. We have a formal hearing and the defendant has demanded to appear in person. He was downstairs in the Zoom room. He was supposed to come upstairs and come in. That's why I thought you came in. These are 24RP027380M and 23RP041070T. These are both City of Romulus versus Andrew Lemming. These cases were scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 10 a.m. It's now 11:17 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, these matters will be set for show cause. We are back on the record in 24RP01301B, City of Romulus versus Calvin West. Mr. West has now presented to the courtroom. Mr. Greco is on Zoom. Mr. West, the court's question to you was, were you ready to proceed? And you
Yes,
asked to
ma'am.
proceed in person. Do you have all necessary documents and witnesses?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Greco, is it your intention to only call Lieutenant Smith?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Lieutenant Smith and Mr. West, I'll ask you to raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in these matters will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you. May put your hands down. Mr. Greco, your case, sir. Do you have any opening statement?
Just briefly, Your Honor, the defendant, Mr. West, was traveling westbound Ecorse Road, disregarded road closed signs on the lane of travel he was operating on, and moved around those barriers to go into the wrong lane. That is going to be proved by the testimony of Lieutenant Smith.
Thank you. Mr. West, do you have any opening statement? A summary of your defense, not your testimony as of yet.
Yes, ma'am. That's true. I was headed westbound, headed back to my residence in Van Buren. And I didn't go through any marked signs that would mark construction or whatever the case may be. I followed the signs. I was just leaving the house on Ecorse Road, and the officer seen me go past.
Mr. West, I'm sorry. I'm interrupting you only because it sounds like testimony.
Oh, I'm
Your
sorry.
open,
I'm
no,
sorry.
you're fine. Your opening statement is just your statement of what your defense will be, just a short statement of your position.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there something else?
I was proceeding correctly on westbound road.
Thank you. Mr. Greco.
For our first witness to present the case, we call Lieutenant Eric Smith.
Lieutenant Smith, you've already been sworn in. Sir, would you state your first and last name for the record and spell them both?
Eric Smith, ERICSMIT.
Mr. Greco.
Yes. All right, Mr. Smith, please state your name for the record.
Eric Smith,
Okay, and where are you currently employed?
City of Romulus.
All right, the police department?
That's correct.
Okay, and what is your position of employment there?
I'm a lieutenant.
Okay, and were you working on the date of March 9th, 2024?
Yes,
Do you recall what shift you were working that day?
I was performing a traffic detail.
Okay. So do you recall where you were performing this traffic detail around 12:30, 1 o'clock in the afternoon on that day?
In the area of Wayne and Ecorse.
Okay. And do you recall if you encountered a person by the name of Calvin West that day?
I do.
Okay. I know we can't see him right now because, I think we can kind of see him far away, but you did see him up close before when he was in the other room. Do you see Mr. West in the Zoom courtroom today?
Yes, I see him sitting at the desk. facing
Okay.
me.
For the record, and is that the person you encountered that day?
It is.
Okay, and for the record, Your Honor, he's identified the defendant, Mr. West, sitting at the table. For him. So, how is it that you encountered Mr. West that day?
So he was traveling in his red van. He was going westbound, and there's a set of barricades that says road closed and it's posted. They also have the barricades going across the Ecorse westbound lanes. He teetered around those barricades and came to the second set of barricades, which is right near Washington and Ecorse. He went around that set of barricades and proceeded into the oncoming traffic lane, the eastbound lane on Ecorse, going towards Wayne Road. Once he did that, I conducted a traffic stop.
Okay. All right, let me stop you for a second. So when you first saw Mr. West driving in his van, he was traveling on westbound Ecorse Road?
That's correct.
All right. And in the area where he was driving, it sounds like, is there construction going on there?
Yes.
Road construction?
Road construction going on.
Okay. And you said that if you're traveling on westbound Ecorse, where you observed Mr. West, as you're traveling on is it just a 2-lane road, like a double yellow line, a westbound and an eastbound lane?
That's correct.
Okay. So if I'm traveling, go ahead.
Until you get closer to the intersection of Wayne and Ecorse, yes, it's 1 lane on each
Okay,
side.
correct. In the area he was traveling, it was 1 lane when you
Correct.
first observed him. Okay. Then you observed him approach signs that were across the westbound lane.
That's correct.
Okay. So to go around those signs, and what kind of a sign or barricade or whatever is there?
The standard barricade that you would put across to block a lane. So it's orange and white. They're usually 3 or 4 sections, and then they have the sign posted right on.
It says road. What does the sign say? Road closed.
Road closed.
Okay. And so you observed well, when you first observed him, where were you positioned?
I was positioned, I don't want to get it wrong, but I normally sit either northbound. If I'm northbound, I can observe the traffic coming northbound, northbound Wayne Road. I can observe the traffic coming west, or I'm just constantly like monitoring that section. So I may travel south and sit on the the left turn lane. So sometimes I'm in that left turn lane, southbound Wayne, and I see the traffic that's coming from that direction also.
Okay. Okay.
Constantly in that area.
Got it. Okay. So once you observed Mr. West traveling westbound on Ecorse, go around the signs that were blocking the westbound lane, what did he do? Did he move back over into the westbound lane? Is he able to do that at that point? The first signs.
So yes, the first sign, you're able to go around, you enter on the eastbound lane, and you proceed around that first barricade, and then you can kind of veer back over onto the westbound lane. Then there's a second set where there's a barricade. There's also a concrete divider that they put up to block off that side of the road as well. So you would have to proceed in the eastbound lane of traffic in order to make it to Wayne Road.
Okay. So what you're saying, once he passes the first sign, then he encounters the second sign, which I'm saying sign, but it's really barricading the entire westbound lane, correct?
Correct.
So once he encounters the second barricade, there's no way to travel once you pass that barricade on the westbound lane, correct?
That's correct.
All
It
right.
only leads into a residence if you try to travel on that westbound side.
Okay. So then you observe Mr. West go into the eastbound lane and travel past that barricade, correct?
Correct.
And that eastbound lane, he was at that point in time, would have been traveling into any oncoming traffic that would be coming down that road, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And how far did he travel past the second barricade on Ecorse Road in the wrong lane of traffic?
Yeah, I traveled the entire distance. I actually stopped him west of Wayne Road. So we're on that side of Wayne Road. Ecorse.
So he was able to pass Wayne Road.
Correct.
Oh, you got it. Okay. And at that point in time, you indicated you pulled him over?
That's correct.
Okay. And describe the encounter.
Mr. West, I informed him why I stopped him. There was an exchange of words where he didn't agree with everything that I did. But to sum it up, when I ran the plate was not registered to that vehicle. I did take the plate for that reason, and I cited him for that. When I ran his VIN, however, it did show a registered plate, so I did give him some leniency and allow him to drive his vehicle home, since I did see that there was a plate that was registered. He just did not have the correct plate attached to that vehicle. I also cited him for disregard traffic control device. I believe at that point, I feel like at one point he was trying to get out the vehicle, he was trying to record, and I instructed him not to do so.
Okay. And that again, you had indicated you cited him for improper registered plate, correct?
Correct.
And also cited him for disobeyed traffic control device, correct?
Yes.
And the traffic control devices being the road closed signs, actually two of them barricaded, and the barricades across the westbound lane of traffic, correct?
That's correct.
And you did in fact observe him travel for a period of time into on westbound on the eastbound lane, which would be heading into any oncoming traffic that would have been coming down at that time or could have been.
That's correct.
Based upon your observations that day, did Mr. West disobey a traffic control device?
Yes, he did.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. West, do you have any questions for Lieutenant Smith? Not your testimony, but questions for the officer.
Yes, ma'am. Also, what direction were you headed?
Again, if I don't recall exactly, but I believe I just pulled someone over, and it was possible I was heading eastbound on E course at the time you were coming westbound.
And you said you don't recall.
That is correct.
And upon pulling this other car over, I don't know if you cited him or whatever. How long did that take place before you seen me?
Sir, I wrote multiple citations that day. I cannot give you an exact time frame.
Well, you gave me a correct time frame when you said it was between 1 and 1:30. So my question to you is that if you were you parked, were you driving, or just sitting, or what in your car?
I do all of those to observe that area.
What's all of those?
I can stay stationary to observe the area. I can travel eastbound to observe the area. I can travel southbound to watch the traffic coming from that area. I can also park directly before the road closure sign where it says road closed and watch people come through the barricades. So I use a myriad of tactics when I'm patrolling that area.
Okay, and you wasn't coming out of the subdivision there? Or is there a subdivision there?
There's a subdivision across the street from where I pulled you over.
That north or south of the
It's on the
East
south
Forest Road?
side.
On the south side of East Forest Road. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Lieutenant Smith, thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Any other witnesses, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. West, do you have anyone besides yourself this afternoon?
No, just myself and evidence.
Okay, then, sir, because you are representing yourself, it won't be the typical question and answer of a testimony. So if you want to just present your statement to the court regarding what happened on March 9, 2024.
Yes, ma'am. On that particular day, Your Honor, I just picked up my my van. It was in an auto mechanic shop, and I was coming from the house that I had just sold on East Forest Road, 7050 Delaney.
I'm sorry, 70.
7050 Delaney. That's my residence. And there was no boundary signs, there was no warning signs, there was not even a signal was up there, but it was flashing amber light at the intersection. And I have pictures here to show that, number one. And then number two, I also show that it was traffic going eastbound and westbound on East Forest Road, free and clear. I also have a picture here where the officer, when he stopped me, he made a U-turn and got in behind me. And I don't see how he can see me coming up Ecorse Road because it's not clear. So I don't understand how that could happen when I was never went through a barricade because there's no barricades there. So I was wondering why he would stop me going in that direction. And number one, and then number two, when he iterated on the plates and whatnot, that was dismissed, you know, because it was improperly active, and it was no, that didn't have anything to do with me. He said with me going through the traffic. And also, they got pictures of other cars and other vehicles when I pulled over, going east and west on Ecorse Road, because my residence is down Ecorse Roads. So that's not a true statement in what he said. And I have my documentation here to back up what I said is true.
Are you gonna show Mr. Greco in the court, or
I'm sure whoever want to see it.
everybody has to see it if you want it to
Okay.
be considered?
All right, there you go.
And see, this is the problem with you being upstairs and him not being here.
Right.
It's going to be difficult for us to share the information with Mr. Greco. We'll try to figure it out.
Well, that's what I was asking earlier. Was it possible to have come to see you in person? I thought he was coming too.
No, I told you he wasn't in the building.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Greco's not even physically in the building. Mr. Greco, Mr. West has handed the court a picture, and I don't know if there's any good way to share these with you. It is a picture it's in the eastbound lanes of Ecorse Road with the cement barricades on the right-hand side facing towards City Lounge on the corner of Ecorse and Wayne Road. It's pointing towards the red light. Then there's another picture. It's in the westbound lanes of Ecorse Road on the west side of Wayne Road, right before you get to Wayne Course, where there are the billboards. Mr. West, you have to help me. There's this picture with the sign that says bump.
Yes, ma'am.
That's westbound Ecorse.
That's correct.
Just
east of Wayne Road.
Just east of Wayne Road?
Yes, ma'am. See that bump sign is on Ecorse Road.
They've moved that bump sign a couple of times, so I. And then there's one with the that has barricades in the distance. I can't tell where this is. I don't know how to share these with you, Mr. Greco. I don't know a good way to do it. I don't know if Officer Brooks holding them up to the Polycom will help at all. It's better than a stick in the eye, but. Nope. Hold on.
Well,
I turn the camera down so they can maybe see you, Ken.
okay, and what's that represent?
Well,
you know, Your Honor, for clarification, I know this is during Mr. West's direct testimony, and I'll have an opportunity to cross-examine him. But perhaps an early question just to clarify. Mr. West, did you travel westbound on Ecorse Road prior to getting to Wayne Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And before you entered Wayne Road, where did you get on to Ecorse Road? Before you got to
Address
Wayne
right
Road.
there. 7050 Delaney. Delaney comes into Ecorse Road. That was my house in which I sold. That was one of this coming from that in my tenant. So when I came out of my driveway on Delaney, I made a right-hand turn on to Ecorse Road, headed west.
Oh, Delaney?
Yes, sir. Delaney comes into Ecorse Road.
Right. So you went on to Ecorse. So there's Delaney. So I see what you're saying. So you head south on Delaney to make a right onto Ecorse Road, correct?
That's correct.
And you're saying that
Actually, I was headed south, like you said, and then
yeah, you're headed south.
Right hand.
So that and you're saying that you're already that are the westbound lanes open at Delaney and Ecorse?
Delaney, yes, they were. See, I didn't go that far. I don't know what was on the other side of me.
No, but I mean, from Delaney all the way to Wayne Road is quite a way to travel, and the westbound road, where is the westbound road closure at that point in time, east or west of Delaney?
I didn't see an enclosure. That's what I'm saying. The only I didn't see an enclosure, period. The only thing I seen, sir, was the bump sign, and that was on the right-hand side because they were doing construction there. They've been doing construction there for the last couple of 3 months. So it was a bump sign. Oh, go ahead.
So are you saying that the westbound Ecorse Road west of Delaney is completely open?
Yes, sir.
And where is the closure of westbound Ecorse Road? What's your testimony on that? Is it east?
It wasn't an enclosure going westbound that I could see. That's why I presented the picture.
But you live on the area. The signs for the road closure, are they east of Delaney?
If they're there, they are.
Okay, Mr. Greco, let me stop you for 1 second.
Sure.
Mr. West, Officer Brooks is bringing you back a picture, and I think it's the only one that's relevant. Where did you take this picture from? Because it looks like it's pointing westbound.
Yes, this one here, I'm headed westbound.
Okay, where were you when you took that picture?
Where was he?
Where were you? Or whoever took the picture, where were they?
Where was who?
Where'd the picture come from?
The picture come from me. I took the picture out of my car.
Okay, you took the picture. That's why I asked you. Where were you when you took that picture? Physically, where were you?
Oh, I was in my car, but I was headed westbound.
I was at 5th and Main. I was at Wayne and Ecorse. You have to tell me where physically you were when you took that picture.
Well, you know where the party store is, right? The party store right there, Ecorse and Wayne Road.
The closed party store?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. I was about a half a block down from there.
Down which way?
East.
You were east of the party store.
Yes, ma'am.
On Ecorse Road.
Yes, ma'am.
Facing towards Wayne Road.
Facing towards.
Okay. So we're on Ecorse Road.
Right.
This is the party store right here.
Right.
And you're taking a picture this way towards Wayne Course.
No, up toward Ecorse.
What street were you on when you took that picture?
Ecorse Road.
You can't face Ecorse from Ecorse.
Yes, I can. If Ecorse, when I came out the driveway of Delaney, like I said, Delaney Delaney comes off of Ecorse Road.
Yes,
And I made the right-hand turn going west,
yes.
okay? And I took the pictures right before that,
Right before what?
right before I got to Wayne Road.
You took that picture that I just showed you right before you got to Wayne Road.
Yes.
Okay.
This one here.
Okay. You came out of Delaney. You turned right.
Yes, ma'am.
You started driving on Ecorse towards Wayne Road,
Wayne Road, yes, ma'am.
and you took that picture.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Add the picture back, Officer Brooks. Oh, you know, I'm gonna meet you down here. Do you see that, Mr. Greco?
Yes, I can. So that's
Okay.
just to clarify, that's looking down westbound Ecorse Road, somewhere between Delaney and Wayne Road.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. West. We got sidetracked for clarification. Your testimony continues, sir.
So, I don't know if the officer can see it or not, but this is Delaney coming across, and I went on the Ecorse Road. Now, the bump sign that showed bump was here prior to Wayne Road, okay? And the traffic signals and all that stuff that he was doing, the construction that was basically all through this area here on the right-hand side of the road, okay? So when I went through this intersection right here, Wayne Road, about, well, it wasn't even an eighth of a mile, probably 400 or 500 feet. Also here, he was over here on the left-hand side of the street, going east, okay? He made a U-turn and then got in back of me.
Mr. West, how is what you're drawing fair to either myself or to Mr. Greco? I'm not sure if Mr. Greco can see it. I'm listening to you, but I can't see what you're drawing.
Okay.
Are you questioning where Lieutenant Smith came from?
No, I'm not really.
Okay.
You know, I'm requesting what I'm doing is trying to show that there was no traffic there. It was clear traffic and there was no barriers at all there. And that's what I'm saying. So, and I understand how this thing could be confusing, but it's not confusing to me because after I left the driveway. So we can do one or two things if it's your pleasure, Your Honor. We can reschedule this thing and I come back when the officer is in court, if you wish, and then that way.
We don't need to reschedule it. I'm asking you to be clearer on what you're saying your defense is to the disobeying the traffic control device. And it sounds like your testimony is you came south on Delaney, turned right on the Ecorse Road, which is westbound on the Ecorse Road.
Yes, ma'am.
And you drove and you didn't encounter any barricades, barrels, road closure signs, anything at all between Delaney and Wayne Road, except for you saw a bump sign on Ecorse Road.
That's correct.
Okay. We don't need to come back for that.
Pardon me?
We don't need to come back for that. We're on the same page on what your defense or your response to the citation is.
Yes, ma'am.
But you started talking about Lieutenant Smith and where he was set up, and I'm just curious what that has to do with your defense.
Oh, no,
Okay.
nothing.
Was there something else?
No, but like I said, I didn't, there was no barriers there, no barricades there, and I didn't run through any barricades. I didn't cross over to get in another lane coming because I stayed in that right-hand lane all the way through Ecorse Road until he pulled me over.
Anything else?
Okay.
Mr. Greco?
No questions, Your Honor. Well, no, no, I understand. I already asked my questions.
Thank you. Mr. West, I only have one question. When did you take the picture that has the truck, the sedan, and the barricades in the background that you said was when you turned off of Delaney on the Ecorse Road? When did you take this relative to when this interaction with Lieutenant Smith occurred on March the 9th of this year.
If that's the correct one I'm looking at, Yana, I took that picture when I came back that afternoon. I came back that afternoon.
You came back and retraced your route?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anything else?
No, ma'am.
Any other witnesses or documents, exhibits you want the court to review?
Is my address in Ecorse Road where I lived at, and this is the address coming in 705 Ruby Lane, coming off of Ecorse Road, making that right-hand turn. And other than that, Your Honor, no, ma'am, I don't have anything else.
Thank you. Any rebuttal, Mr. Greco?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to recall Lieutenant Smith briefly.
Lieutenant Smith, you remain under oath. Please proceed, Mr. Greco.
Lieutenant Smith, you're familiar with the area on Ecorse Road between Delaney and Wayne Road that we're talking about, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You've heard Mr. West's testimony that he was at a residence on Delaney, which is on the north side of Ecorse Road, correct?
Correct.
Is that a dead-end street on the north side?
It should be. I haven't traveled down that street myself, but I did look it up on the maps. Yes.
Okay. Do you know if on March 9th, between that road Delaney and heading westbound on Ecorse Road to Wayne Road, if Mr. West would have encountered any road closure signs?
Yes. So that road is open because there is a subdivision between that area, and there's also a school between that area. So right up until the point where the school is, just west of that is where the road closure starts.
So just west of Delaney is where the road closure starts?
Not just west of Delaney, west of the school.
West of the school. And is the school in between Delaney and Wayne Road?
Yes.
Okay. So on March 9th, if you are on Delaney and you travel south and make a right-hand turn onto Ecorse Road, would you have encountered a road closure signs that you're talking about? Were they there?
Yes, you would have further down past the school. Like anybody that goes to the school, that traffic was redirected to go back eastbound. Like they're not allowed to come past the road closure signs as well.
Okay, but the road closure signs were between Delaney, where it looks on the map, and Wayne Road?
Yes, the road closure signs is between Delaney and Wayne Road, closer to Wayne Road.
Okay, so the road closure signs are actually closer to Wayne Road than they are like the middle of Ecorse Road.
Correct.
Is that why, in your experience, because let me ask you this, this is not the first time you've pulled somebody over for going past these road closure signs on westbound Ecorse, correct?
That's correct.
It is in your experience, does it appear that people are going past the signs because they feel like they can see Wayne Road and they can just make it there quickly?
That would be my opinion, but yes, people do feel that they can. The people that tend to go around the first road closure and turn down Washington, I mean, that's more acceptable than, having them drive around into oncoming traffic. So.
Okay, you're saying that before Wayne Road, there is another subdivision for Washington Street that looks like it's the last left before Wayne Road. And you're saying that, hey, if they go past the road closure sign and travel on Eastbourne Ecorse Road and just kind of duck into that south street of Washington Street, that doesn't appear to be totally unacceptable to you, but going all the way to Wayne Road would be, correct?
That's correct for me, yes.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. West, do you have anything else for Lieutenant Smith?
Yes. Lieutenant, you said that's the only road closure sign that you've seen was where you just stated from? There's not one on where Amazon is located at that
There should be,
light?
yes, there should be a sign. I don't know exactly what that sign says, but there is one at Vining and Ecorse. if that's what you're talking about.
And it goes beyond that, because my driveway comes out after that. On Delaney, that comes out after that.
That's testimony, Mr. West. What's your question?
Oh, no, was that the only code that he seen? That was my question. Did he see any other enclosure signs or barricades up?
Outside of that, no, Your Honor, and no, sir.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. West?
No, ma'am.
Anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Any closing, Mr. Greco?
Yes, just briefly, Your Honor, based upon the description that the defendant, Mr. West, has testified about the Delaney and the road closure signs being between Delaney and Wayne Road, he would have had to have gone past the road closure signs to get to Wayne Road. That's it, Your Honor.
Mr. West?
Your Honor, like I stated, there were no closure signs where I was, and this picture here clearly shows that it wasn't, okay? The only enclosed signs I seen back the other way, because I travel that way to get to and from my house, so I know where the roads are closed your house, and it's none between E-course and Wayne Road, in which I was traveling in. And like I say, as you can see, stating here that there's no barricades, the road is clear. The only thing there is this amber light, and that's what I went through, amber light headed west. And at no time I went and through a barricade, anything else to get to my destination.
Officer Brooks? Mr. West, Officer Brooks is coming back to you with a stack of pictures. I want you to leave the pictures in the order I sent them back to you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. West, just so we're on the same page, the picture that's on top
Yes, ma'am.
is you having come out of Delaney, coming southbound and turn right or westbound on E-course Road, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The court, having heard the testimony of Lieutenant Smith and Mr. West this afternoon, Mr. West, the court is going to find you responsible for disobeying a traffic control device. The reason being, I question you in detail regarding the picture that's on top. The picture that you passed up to the court has road closure signs in the background. There are big orange and white striped barricades in the background. Lieutenant Smith's testimony is that there is a barricade of some sort at E-course and Vining near the Amazon, but that traffic is open at least in part until you get to the school, which I believe is Metro Academy or something like that.
Yes, ma'am.
The road is open at least in part until you get to the school that's on the northbound side, on the north side of E-course, and the subdivision that's on the south side of E-course. Lieutenant Smith's testimony there is that thereafter, after the school driveway, is when the road is closed to traffic, and that people exiting the school are redirected to go eastbound on E-course. All traffic after the school, west of the school, is directed to go eastbound on E-course. Your own pictures support that position. For that reason, again, the court will find you responsible for disobeying a traffic control device and set your fine, in this case, at $230. Is there anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. West?
Well, I'm gonna, just what I said, Your Honor. The picture proves the facts, and this is what happened, okay? I was traveling in this direction, and I took the pictures, and that's it. That's all I can tell you. So
Thank you.
As far as being responsible, I'm gonna feel that.
It's your absolute right, sir.
Yep.
If there's nothing else, that concludes this matter, and that concludes this court's docket for the day. This court stands adjourned.
All right, thank you.
Everyone have a good afternoon.
Everyone have a
Thank
good
you.
afternoon. Thank you.
Mackenzie.